taking up more space than that.
I can hear Jeff on the stream.
Yeah, now we actually
I'll spill myself.
You look at a gym and you piss your pants and faint.
Hello, everyone. We're back again. It's another Sunstone Studios broadcast. It's another lovely sunny day. Y'all, I don't know about anyone else, not to humble brag. I was able to get a little one-on-one meeting time with Philomena Sunstone this morning. And I said to Philomena Sunstone, you know, I have this idea I want to do. I like when people do games of the year. I like when people do things of the year. I love that kind of thing just at large. What I'd really like to do, though, is just kind of, you know, I've seen a lot of people do that kind of thing a lot of different ways. Here's one person I really liked how they did it. Can we just kind of steal what they did and tweak it a little? And she shot up in her chair and said, "Say no more. That's the kind of content I like. Have all the budget. Have all the budget you need." So,
Hey,
Andrew, I see
sorry,
your hand raised.
Who's Philip something Sunstone?
Oh no.
Andrew, what were
Don't
you
worry
up to
about it.
yesterday? Andrew, have you checked your email today?
I don't read emails, do I? Should I?
Like
Maybe
normally
this one, but yeah.
Yeah, on like
Okay.
a general principle of like unplugging and checking out, I'm absolutely with you. But in this case, you might want to read through that old backlog if you got it.
I'll take a
in
look
you.
after the show. Yeah, sure. I'll take a look after the show.
Okay, great. Got friends, welcome to My Three Things. My Three Things is you've heard of Game of the Year shows, you've heard of, you know, movie of the year, anything of the year. We're kind of doing everything of the year here. We have a lot of folks at the Moonshot Podcast Network. We have a lot of folks who love different kinds of media, different kinds of hobbies, different kinds of this and that, who have gone through interesting life experiences. So rather than doing a like, this is my game of the year, this is my book of the year, everyone who is on tonight's show has brought their three things. It could be a book, a movie, and a hike you went on. It could be, we'll demonstrate what it could be. But yeah, Andrew, Jacqueline, Juliet, Mac, Pad, and PB are here live with me, as you can see. And even more, and we may have a couple other latecomers hopping into the call later. Be sure to, I hope they are sure to file their hours with Philomena accurately, or else payroll is going to be a motherfucker.
I ask again, y'all are getting paid?
Oh, cool. We're getting paid now?
In Sunstone coin, or whatever it's called, Sun coin,
Oh,
Stone
God.
coin.
Fuck.
I have skimmed the employee manual. I have been on streams 2 nights in a row. I haven't had time to read through that thing in full. It's actually, the employee handbook is in a file format that crashed my computer when I tried to open it. I'm sure
Oh,
that's
no.
fine. Sunstone.
Yeah, stop by my office later. By the way, I should introduce myself. PB Sunny Rock. Newly changed my last name to show my allegiance to the new company. And I am assistant talent manager here now. So if you have any concerns about content or anything, please stop by my office. My office hours are 5:30 to 5:45 a.m. Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Thank you so much, PV. We'll make sure to post directions to your office to everyone later. So, gamers, here's how we're going to do this. Everyone on this call has 3 things. For some of those things, there will be visuals. For some, there will be videos that we will be calling up. I've just realized that everyone on call with me can see the image I'm Googling to make an image for the one of my 3 things that I didn't get to make an image for beforehand.
It's great. We'll act surprised.
We're going to all go around and do our first thing out of our 3 things, and then we also have a bunch of little lists of 3 things written from other members of the network who couldn't be here live with us. So you'll hear everyone's first thing. We'll have a couple people read 3 things from other members of the Moonshot Network. Then we'll come back around and do the same round robin for our second thing, so on and so forth. Some of us have roughly ranked our things, others have not. I think that's about all I have to say. Jacqueline, we're going in an order determined by making Andrew's name start with a Z in the Discord chat. Jacqueline, I would love to hear your first thing, if you would be so kind as to kick us off.
Sorry, maybe you didn't realize Jacqueline is spelled with a ZH to start with. So
All right, Jacqueline, I'm so sorry.
It's French.
I think that's still, yeah.
That's fine. I'll go first. My first thing is, so I often bemoan the lack of cool anime about. Okay, there's 2 things that are fun in anime. One is when they play sports. Another is when there are girls doing cool things. There are not a lot of anime about girls playing cool sports. So I set out on a journey this year with my lovely girlfriend Kiara, so we could just casually watch through every single anime about girls playing sports. And this is a project where we've been watching a single episode at a time. Like we get the first episode of all these series, and it's been incredibly fun, incredibly there's some real deep cuts out there that I never would have considered. Some incredibly odd stuff, some great stuff too. It's something about watching through every entry in kind of a limited genre pool, by which I mean I think there are maybe 40 of these things. And we've hit 20 so far, is just really interesting because and we've been ranking them as we go as well. So, for instance, you get some really good high concept, really characterful storytelling, such as in the golf anime Birdie Wing Golf Girls story.
Oh, I know this one because of the funny opening and what it sounds like they're saying in it.
And then you also get things like Keijo. Keijo is sort of a fictional sport about what if it was girls who were trying to push each other into the water using their boobs and butts. And you really sort of get the breadth of human experience here, and that's kind of what I enjoy is you get the good, you get the bad, you get the hanebado, you get the attacker you get the Uma Musume Pretty Derby, currently ranking at number 11 in this list due to, some fun high concept racing, but also some really strange, like, anime pervert stuff that I wasn't so into. And sometimes there's just a fun story about baseball. And that's my favorite, one of my 3 favorite things.
I want to ask, do you feel like it feels like you've sort of like it's equal parts you've found a genre, you've sort of carved out a genre is what you've done. Is that safe to say? Like, you've sort of set your own parameters for what a genre is, but using like evidence, like you've done the work to carve it out.
It's evidence-based anime watching for sure. Like, we're looking to historical materialism here. And sort of using that to determine which anime qualify as anime about girls playing sports and which don't,
Absolutely. I know Birdie Wing because of the opening where it does sound like they are singing the words penis life over and over, which was briefly like a shit post going around social media when it came out. But yeah, that's wonderful. Does anyone have anything to say? Yeah, please, Andrew, go ahead.
Is someone playing Pokemon, and is that sound coming through to the stream?
Oh yeah, that is background music. I am trying to rig up that I forgot you guys would get. I am trying.
Oh,
to just
okay, that's intentional. Great.
Yeah, that's
I just
normal.
wanted to make sure.
That's normal.
Wonderful.
Jack literally saw me startle.
Sorry about that, everyone. It's a little diamond and pearl for everyone in the call and no one else.
If I could give one recommendation just from this list, I'll give it for my number 3 anime right now, of the 18 we've watched, which is Moipon, which is a story about just like some girls doing judo, just some like some classic like girls with big emotions like doing judo. And that's the recommendation I'll give. A little bit of a deep cut, maybe.
How do you spell that, Jacqueline? I was seeing if I could find an image to throw up on screen real quick.
Mouippon.
Gotcha.
Or JUDO.
Look up judo and just sort of go from there.
Just see what happens.
I have a question. What's the... Go for it, Andrew.
No, go ahead.
I have a question. What's the hardest you've laughed at any of these anime? Like, what is the either intentionally or unintentionally funniest thing that has happened?
I think it's gotta be Battle Athletes Daien Dokai, which is like I think an anime from the 70s, where you jump right in and they are running some sort of marathon that involves like guns, and I think there were aliens, and everyone is like a mutant, I think. And they explain absolutely zero about anything that's happening. You never get any context for the characters. Apparently there was and I really enjoy a story where nothing makes sense at all. I was so affronted by everything about it that it was really just a laugh.
Is that your limit on what is versus what isn't sport?
I think probably the limit is Rifle is Beautiful. We watch it's like a adaptation. It's one of those classic like bad adaptations of like a 4-panel gag manga, and it was about like
biathlon.
No, it's
Okay.
just like it's a shooting club. It's
Okay.
like it's cute girls doing cute things, and the cute things they're doing is shooting laser guns. And
Hell yeah.
it wasn't
Awesome.
very sporty, but yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Also, welcome Marn, who I see has entered.
Hi.
into
Yeah,
the-
sorry. Miss Sunstone locked me in the editing bay until I could remember our TikTok password.
Oh shit. So did you remember it, or did you like escape?
No, I picked the lock.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Oh, we're not gonna back into that account, guys.
That's fine.
A question from the chat for Jacqueline: is fishing a sport for this
It
project?
depends on if they are competitive and if they are like on a team, right? I think
Mm,
that is a big part of it.
I see.
So like a single episode of an otherwise non-sport anime where they do a fishing competition, not on the table.
Not counting.
Great.
If it was an
Mhm.
entire series of girls in fishing teams trying to fish better than all the other teams, that would count.
Another
okay.
question: is a battle royale a sport?
I
I think that's like
don't know.
fictional
Depends.
context, right? Like I think it's treated. It definitely isn't like the Hunger Games, like canonically.
yeah.
It
I
depends
don't
on the
know.
framing, right?
Right. Well, that was my number 3 thing.
Awesome.
I'll post the list up somewhere so people can
Please.
look at it.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh shit! I'm
Has-
sorry.
Oh,
That was Theo.
Welcome, someone.
welcome, welcome, Theo.
Jacqueline, obviously this is one of your 3 things, but I know that a lot of times I see people who say, like, hypothetically, and I apologize if I'm blowing someone's spot for something that's on their list, but I see people that say, like, hey, you know what? This year I'm going to watch every Pokemon movie. And then I look at their letterbox and they rank all of them 2 stars and go, this movie kind of sucks. There's one good scene, but the movie kind of sucks. Has this been that kind of experience for you? Or have you found, like, are you leaning more toward everything's a 2-star, or like everything's actually pretty good? How's the vibe been?
It's like really hard, right? Because I think some of these have like sometimes you get an anime. I'll give you my perfect number 9. Harukana Receive. First episode, really interesting beginning about like, oh, these 2 girls who have their like who have like this backstory, this compelling sort of backstory with like death, and there's interesting character dynamics going on, like whatever, everything you kind of want from a show. And also in so many of these anime you have to deal with with like breasting boobily, and
Sure.
like and I
Mhm.
think that
We're into that.
sometimes you have to give and take stars in a big way, right? Like you have to take the 4-star elements and the 2-star elements and sort of combine them. And I think that, the television is complex. Television is
Okay.
complex.
Sure.
Also, Andrew, I'll just throw out. You don't need to worry about my project of watching all the Pokemon movies coming up on this list, because as you just said, most of them aren't good.
Okay. Hey, listen.
All right. Well, let's keep on running right down. Juliet, you're next in our call order. Are you down to
Yeah.
go next and tell us about?
Yeah,
one of
I've
your
got a little
things?
slideshow thing if you want to
Yeah,
to
give
fit
me
in.
give me one moment here. I am.
I, for some reason,
tossing around
decided to
some
make the
different
slideshow in
sources.
4x3, which is not the
Of course not.
dimensions of anything, but it
Good
works.
job, Juliet. I'm proud of you.
It's our best of list from 1995.
Have you met Juliet?
Juliet, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I think I actually didn't grab yours, so I'm putting it in right now. Give me 1 moment.
It's in Video Ninja.
Yes, I thought I put it in,
Great.
but apparently not. Okay, 1 second.
No
Nattery is correct. It
problem.
would show up well on a CRT television.
Especially inside an image surrounded by widescreen. Everything else. Hello everyone. How are you all doing? I would like you all to conjure, in your imaginations, what possibly could be on my favorite things list as we try to get a slideshow going.
Give me 1 second, and we are good. It's up there.
Great, fantastic. Now, naturally, of course, we'll be talking about, everyone knows, cream-colored ponies and crisp apple strudels and doorbells and sleigh bells. And, thinking of sleigh bells, I'm thinking a lot about like Christmas Day, right? December 25th. That's a great day. I wonder if there's a piece of like really interesting literature that starts on Christmas Day. And the answer is yes. And I would like to talk to you today about one of my favorite things that I did this year, which is finally get around to reading Victor Hugo's 1866 novel, The Toilers of the Sea, about
Hell yeah.
the people who live on the island of Guernsey, which is like in between like England and France, and the kind of effects of the post-Napoleonic Industrial Revolution and how that affects this island and the people when they get their first steamship of their own. This is an island where Hugo spent 15 years of his life in political exile, and this is this is chapter 9. I think of book two, chapter 9. Useful information for persons who expect or fear the arrival of letters from beyond sea, which I think is an incredible piece of comedy writing. I love when Hugo will just do all these very dry things and then hits you with some comedy here. This is a really interesting novel for a lot of reasons. It is so much shorter than Les Mis, so if you've recently read Les Mis, you might get to the end of this novel and go, wow, I cannot imagine what the next 3 acts of this story are going to be like. And then it's like, oh, wait, no, that's the ending, and the ending will shock you. Toilers of the Sea, Le
Turning
Travailleur
into
de
a
la
clickbait
Mer,
article there.
is really great. I'm gonna read a few like really great quotes from it. Los cobardes son traidores, somos valientes. El mar es la iglesia del invierno. La traición es la iglesia del infierno. Cowards are the only traitors. We are men of courage. The sea is the church of winter. Treason is the church of hell. Which, like, okay, right? Like we're getting there pretty well. This is a book that has a like wrestling tier heel, like face heel turn partway through it. And I don't think
Huh?
that's like like I
Okay.
got
bad,
up
huh?
and could not
I'm
believe
listening.
that this book had such a massive weird turn,
I'm
and
listening.
the
Also, the
delicacy
Undertaker shows up.
and specificity of with which Hugo talks about this is really fascinating, because he's like, hey, it is probably bad for somebody else to find out that you've done something bad, but can you imagine how powerful it feels to reveal that you've done something bad? And so I'll quote very briefly here. To compel the crowd to stand and gape is, in fact, an exercise of power. A malefactor standing upon a platform in the marketplace with a collar of iron around his neck is master of all the glances which he constrains the multitude to turn towards him. There is pedestal on yonder scaffolding. To be there, the center of universal observation. Is not this, too, a triumph? To direct the pupil of the public eye, is this not another form of supremacy? For those who worship an ideal wickedness, opprobrium is glory. It is a height from whence they can look down, a superiority at least of some kind, a preeminence in which they can display themselves royally. A gallows standing high in the gaze of all the world is not without some analogy with a throne. To be exposed is, at least, to be seen and studied. Herein we have evidently the key to the wicked reigns of history. Nero burning Rome, Louis XIV treacherously seizing the Palatinate, the Prince Regent killing Napoleon slowly, Nicholas strangling Poland before the eyes of the civilized world, may have felt something akin to Clubin's joy. Universal execration derives a grandeur even from its vastness. To be unmasked is a humiliation, but to unmask oneself is a triumph. There's an intoxication in the position, an insolent satisfaction in its contempt for appearances, a flaunting insolence in the nakedness with which it affronts the decencies of life. These ideas and hypocrite appear to be inconsistent, but in reality are not. All infamy is logical. Honey is gall. A character like that of Escobar has some affinity with that of the Marquis de Sade. A hypocrite, being a personification of vice complete, includes in himself the two poles of perversity. Priest-like on one side, he resembles the courtesan on the other. The sex of his diabolical nature is double. It engenders and transforms itself. Would you see it in its pleasing shape? Look at it. Would you see it horrible? Turn it round. Which, when you when you get to this like point in the story and you've been going through so many like, and here's history and here's the specifics about how this one person got these one parts for this one steam engine, and then here's all of these things going wrong, and then when you find, you're like, how on earth did all these things go wrong? And then it's revealed that it's like one guy decided to make all of the things go wrong just because he had evil in his heart.
Riley Hopkins approach.
Yeah.
When I first
Nobody does it like
encountered
Victor Hugo.
the phrase, it is not improbable that he was a renegade. He was capable of everything and something worse. It's like, yeah,
Oh.
Victor Hugo was a poster like before we had posting.
Yeah.
It really is great. So the thing is, Victor Hugo lived on Guernsey for a long time, and he also did a lot of like sketching and art around this book as well. This is you can see kind of the oblique, the silhouette of the ship as it's tossed by the waves here in the sea. So we have all about like the circumstances of the people, and then we have all about the kind of like malefactions of an individual and how all of these terrible things could come together for a person's agency. And then we have the third act of the novel, which is one guy out trying to deal with a shipwreck and the wild experiences he has that like verges on an adventure novel. So we've heard all about the civilization. Now I'm going to see if we can dwell on a topic that I want everyone to imagine in their mind what this could be about in nature, as my favorite character, Malicious Gilead, who's not the evil guy. He's a good guy. He's just named Malicious Gilead.
That's a Dark Souls character.
That's a
Shout out
Madagascar's
Victor
attempt at an
Hugo once
American
again.
name.
Yeah, he's great. Hypothetically, he might be called malicious because he's like mean to children, specifically when children are like mean and abusive towards animals. He like stalks out of the woods and is like, stop doing this. Don't throw rocks at birds or things.
Truth emerging from her well to shame mankind.
So Malicious Gilead's out in Les Douvres, these terrible rocks where everyone, shipwrecks and everything. The text goes as follows. The possible is a terrible matrix. Monsters are mysteries in their concrete form. Portions of shade issue from the mass, and something within detaches itself, rolls, floats, condenses, borrows elements from the ambient darkness, becomes subject to unknown polarizations, assumes a kind of life, furnishes itself with some unimagined form from the obscurity, and with some terrible spirit from the miasma, and wanders ghost-like among living things. It is as if night itself assumed the forms of animals. But for what good? With what object?
Jay, what are you playing on your... Oh, did you open the Twitch?
No,
Wait,
that's just play. That's
is
just
that a
playing
raid?
through OBS. That's a raid.
That's from a
David
raid.
Darling.
Thank
Do
you for
wanna click
raiding.
on
Welcome.
you too?
Thank you,
Hello.
raiders.
Listen, I forgot that was our raid notification.
I
was like-
don't think
I
I've
was
ever
like-
heard that before. That was terrifying.
I was like,
Hello.
this is a curious orchestral backing to this reading, Julie.
Yeah,
Fucking
I forgot we
barbershop
have-
portrait.
I forgot we have sound alerts.
amazing.
Welcome, readers,
Hello.
and everyone. Imagine what this creature would be in your head. These animals are indeed phantoms as much as monsters. They're proved and yet improbable. Their fate is to exist in spite of a priori reasonings. They're the amphibia of the shore, which separates life from death. Now, I'd like to ask the audience, what do you think this animal is? What do you think this
Giraffe.
monster is that is being encountered?
I think it's
Turtle.
the beetle Kafka turned into.
That's a big tardigrade.
Big tardigrade, that's great. I think I heard
Frog.
turtle.
Yeah, the fact
Frog?
that you're asking makes me think it's something normal.
It's got to be something
so-
normal. Yeah,
Yeah, like a salamander?
that's good.
This is people, my guy.
They are
I'm
the
gonna
amphibia
guess
of
whales.
the shore, which separates life from death. It's people. That's great.
So I always
Uh,
call us.
We
Battery
deny
chats at Scary Crab.
the possibility of the vampire.
Rude.
Okay.
It's a
I
vampire
think you
book?
might.
Me when it's 2008 and all
is-
my friends are into Twilight.
An animal described exclusively as a peuve or the devilfish. If anyone is familiar with the idea of a devilfish, we
Sure.
deny the possibility of the vampire, and the cephaloptera appears. Their swarming is a certainty which disconcerts our confidence.
Yeah, there is no way I was going to get that.
Optimism, which is nevertheless in the right, becomes silenced in their presence. They mark the transition of our reality into another. And so I wanted to lead up to this because there's so much art about a thing that, if you don't know that it's in this book, takes you totally by surprise as you try to figure out what on earth this devilfish vampire thing that Hugo keeps talking about that's like isn't in part of reality but is. And that, of course, is it's the
Yeah, of
octopus.
course.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
That's funny.
This is Victor Hugo's own art. This is his
Wow.
That's
I
really
don't know if
That's
kick-ass, actually.
drawing,
really
painting,
incredible.
sketching.
Yeah. That's really cool.
frequently used as a like a cover art or like a inside the back page sort of art. And you can imagine you've been out in this like wet, terrible world for weeks trying to deal with this shipwreck, and you end up under this thing, and then suddenly this thing is like reaching out at you. And people love to do art of Malicious Gilead and the octopus, which you can
Hell
see
yeah, brother.
can lean in this kind of pulp sort of way.
This guy
Uh,
rules.
Yeah, this is awesome.
And the weird cove, he's
Oh.
armed with only this
Okay.
knife as he goes in. You can see that we're able to pull on the Gothic imagination in a really interesting way. I think
it's
the
pulling
most interesting thing about the Toilers of the Sea is as kind of an apex to the French Gothic tradition, while also pulling on what is becoming part of the European adventure tradition, which you'll also see in things like Bernice Orczy's The Scarlet Pimpernel, or any of like Raphael Sabatini's novels when we get into the beginning of the 1900s. But also,
I
we're
see.
not always Gothic with
Ayo.
it.
I see.
Yeah.
And art has been made for a long time. This perhaps the most famous
This could mean nothing.
work of art of Gilead against the octopus. And this is not why I read The Toilers of the Sea, because I did not know that this was coming. I was like, yeah, I want to read this weird, wet Victor Hugo novel. Having finished Les Miserables, I was like, I want to read this book that no one seems to talk about very often. And it starts at Christmas and it's weird and dark and interesting in so many compelling ways. And it ended up being very kind of like short within reason compared to Les Mis and easy to read. Anyways, this has been one of my favorite things to experience this year, which was reading for no reason except a like passion to want to know more. Victor Hugo's Les Travailleurs de la Mer, aka The Toilers of the Sea, and here's Malicious Gilead at his at his best.
There he is.
Thank you.
Wow.
There he is.
God,
Is
Malicious
this a
Gilead
book
really is.
about octopus fucking, or is this a book where
No.
like
No.
the people making covers are just like, yeah, boss, I wrapped up that cover for you, made the octopus real sexy like you asked.
Strictly the latter, and
Okay.
even like the covers don't go like that. The covers do stuff like the sorry, gonna go back a bit. The covers do stuff like this sometimes, or like vague. You'll see like a motif that you can kind of see is just like a bunch of tentacles, but it's just like a
Mhm.
bunch of kind of like waves with little circles in them, that sort of thing. But then though, you imagine if you aren't I'm gonna do the cover of this, but like, yeah, I want to paint something. Well, hey, I read this wild thing that really made this out to be this supernatural question of man versus nature. And yes, Nat says I've seen book covers like this, but they're usually about something else. Yeah, yeah.
Criterion cover for My Octopus Teacher looking shit.
Uh-huh.
Juliet, I have a quick question for you about this. Victor
Sure.
Hugo is sort of a brilliant novelist, right? I'm a big fan of all of his works that I've read. What do you think the viability of this one for musical adaptation is?
I strong. It's been adapted to films, but like, okay, so it was adapted to a silent film in 1914, and then adapted to another silent film in 1915, and then adapted to another
Whoa.
silent film in 1923, then in
Wow.
1936, and then a incredibly different plot that also has a different title. Sea Devils is in some ways like connected to it in 1953. That's much more of a kind of rescuing people from the French Revolution style adventure thing that just happens to have some people going back and forth on boats. Uh, the musical, though, especially if people are familiar with the Notre Dame de Paris musical, like the really tragic one with Dansement Esmeralda and that sort of thing, the weird relationship that you have, like unrequited relationship with a woman and the weird things you will do about that, and how there's the big famous boat in this story, the first steamship, and that it does shipwreck. I'll spoil that. That and the young woman in it are named after each other, which is a weird thing
Perfect.
for two things to be is named after each other. They have the same name.
It's peculiar.
And I think you could easily make some pretty good, like there's an easy act structure to this in the like the desperate love and desperate consequences and like loss of people and things to the sea, and then like getting things back and then re-losing them to the sea and stuff. I think you could easily do something even like a Hades Town sort of space with
Yeah.
the tragedy of it all.
Perfect.
Anyways,
Thank you.
Wow.
Juliet, if I fuck heavily with Moby Dick, would I like this book?
I mean,
All right,
yes.
I thought that sentence was gonna go based on the octopus situation.
I think this Melville does some really great things in Moby Dick. And so it's kind of one of those like I wouldn't hand this to someone and be like, you don't even have to read Moby Dick. But if you enjoyed Moby Dick, you could read this over like a winter break. And I think you will enjoy it. It is much less about like camaraderie between men and more about like lots of individuals kind of in like a community on different islands together, which has some like there are things that overlap there with Moby Dick, and the kind of man versus nature and the like desperate test of what a person is when you're like surrounded by cold water and that's your life. That those things I think really come through. And if you like maritime stories, this is a particularly good maritime story. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
'Cause
Christmas.
it is not a Christmas story. It just happens to start on Christmas Day, and then you go an entire act of doing other things, and then Victor Hugo, without reminding you, is like, "No, you remember that thing that happened at the beginning. We're flashing back, like we're going back to that point, and now we're picking up the story from there." And that I
Awesome.
think is delicious too.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well, thank you for that. I'm so glad to. The octopus reveal is so good because I just love like Victor Hugo being like, "Yo, you guys heard about this shit? This motherfucker's got 8 whole tentacles. We've only got 4 anything."
It makes me
This shit's
feel
crazy.
weird things, kind of. I don't know why.
Anyway, time to make that a
You can
concrete
imagine.
part of my artistic identity. Zip zappity doo dah.
Compared to like a shark, compared to a turtle, compared to even other things, an octopus is like, oh yeah, it's formless in that way. Like it doesn't have a solid thing that you can fight. It doesn't have like teeth that you can like break with a big weapon or
Yeah.
anything. You can't shoot an octopus with a cannon, and so
Not if you're in. It's bad.
yeah, Hugo's really into how terrible, like it's kind of like, hey, this weird, creepy yonic sort of thing. It's like, what if something could kill you by like grasping you and like slowly sucking you in, sort of idea.
Say more about that, Hugo.
Yeah, it's like,
Wonderful.
imagine if it could suck you in.
Marn, you're next on our list in Discord. I would love and congratulations again on escaping the chamber that Philomena put you in. What is your first of your three things?
I think my first is gonna be the video that I sent you because I kind
we're
of
going right to that. Beautiful.
Sorry.
No, that's all
so
good. Let me get it up here.
I picked one thing kind of from the beginning of this year, one thing kind of from the back half of this year, and one thing that kind of like overall colored my year. So this is from
Should I just
So
hit
Wolf-
play while you're talking about it, or do you want me to wait?
No, because I
Okay.
want people to actually listen to it.
Okay.
So Wolfpack is a band that I like a lot, and they released a new album this year. This is not from the new album they released this year, but it is from a live set that they did that I watched a lot in February of this year because I listen to a lot of instrumental music at work, and I get seasonal depression really bad. And I was like, in an effort to stave this off, I'm just gonna start watching the live sets that Wolfpack puts up because I really like their music. They're very high energy. They do a lot of like fun improvisational stuff on stage, and like this is a good way for me to just like kill an hour of work. They are probably one of my favorite bands, I would say. I don't talk about them a lot. I think that they are very good and there's like a genuine artistry in what they do. They don't rehearse their live shows at all, so a lot of them are like very loose and improvisational. I was also talking recently with a lot of people about how one of the number one things that makes me cry in any media is like the power of music to move people. And I got really emotional the first time I heard this part of this live set. This is my favorite live set by them. This is Wolfpack Live in France. It's on their YouTube. It's them playing a live set at the Jazz Vienne Festival in France. It is a really good video. I highly recommend you check it out. This part specifically is they start playing Deantown, which is one of like the songs that they are very, very known for. And the crowd starts singing back the bass riff of the song at them to the point where the bass player just stops and they let the crowd do the bass line.
That's so
And
Okay.
also, you will see some like there is a thing that happens. They stop playing the song and the crowd keeps going, and they come back on stage and play it again because the crowd is so fucking hype. Anyway, yeah, you can play the video.
All right.
Set makes me really emotional. I like Wolfpack a lot.
All right. I'm hitting that play button. Oh. Hold on, that is not coming through the chat. And that is something I will
damn.
fix. There we go.
Also,
Chat,
all
they
of
said they
them-
had one more tune.
Also, all of them play multiple instruments over the course of the set, and it's crazy. They like seamlessly switch drummers 3 times.
Oh my god. All right. Uh-oh. That is still not coming through the chat. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second here,
chat.
God
folks.
damn, the music can't move them.
Okay, so do we need to each be assigned a like musical part that we need to like
Ooh, there we
emulate
go.
into?
Okay, that's not coming through. I'm sorry. Give me 1 moment here. I don't know why it is not allowing this to happen here.
Tune
Live
in
video of them
Discord.
playing Madison Square Garden for the second time, and it's really good. I watched it at work yesterday. And the album they released this year was entirely a live set that they recorded live with an audience. It begs. It's really good.
Oh, wait,
One of
is
my
it-
friends described them as like if a oh hell yeah.
No, that's still not coming through for chat. I am so sorry. This might not work the way it should have.
Uh-oh.
Huh.
Is
How do you
it
have it
because
set up in
of-
OBS? Is it a browser source?
I have it set up as an audio input source that should just be grabbing what I tell it to.
You can turn on desktop audio and then everyone else
Yeah,
just
I
shut
was
up
gonna
while this
say.
plays.
We can all just mute.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Martin, say something else you like about them real quick. I need to get desktop audio back in here.
They also have a lot of side projects. A bunch of their guitarists and bass players have a side project called the Fearless Flyers. Corey Wong, who is their guitarist, who you'll see in this video, does a bunch of his own stuff, plays in a bunch of other bands. He has a YouTube series called Corey and the Wong Notes that I really enjoy. Basically, like, over COVID, he and a couple other people got together and did like a fake late night show. It's very fun. I like him a lot. I don't know, I like Wolfeck. A friend of mine once described them as like if a bunch of guys with Beatles level talent just wanted to like fuck around. And like that is kind of a really good descriptor for them. The keyboard player who you will see in this video, one of them, the one with the glasses, wrote this song.
Wow.
And he is also a very talented composer.
Give me one. That is still not coming through. I'm trying to decide the best thing to do about this in real time. Hold on. Let me... Folks, I'm sending this to BRB for 1 second so we can see if we can solve this quickly. No, yeah, that...
Fuck yeah. If you go into the description, it's timestamped as Deantown. We could just refresh it.
We got one more stop on this train, Vienne. We got one more tune for you tonight. Next stop, Deantown. 2, 3,
Oh my god.
Just wait.
I think Martin
Yeah,
said something
keep-
about the encore. Yeah.
Yeah, keep it rolling for like 2 minutes.
Jay, you're muted for the stream, just as a heads up.
I fixed it. Thank you. This is what the churches in Final Fantasy X sound like.
This is like the jam band version of a Dark Souls boss coming back after a battle with a new health bar.
You got drum. That's just on a hype. Pipe around! Pipe around! Pipe around! Run it back! Run it back! Come on! Run it back! Do I hear you over there? Oh, yeah. Pipe around! Pipe around! Pipe around! Come on! Come on! Run, 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 pipe around! Let's fight for rap. Is the fight over here? Yes.
The way that they come back on stage, like they have another encore, they do like another song after this. The way that they come back on stage and you can see Joe Dart, their bassist, be like, "Fuck it, I guess we're doing more Gene
Yeah,
Town."
yeah.
Like, in the moment is so funny to me.
Hell fucking yeah.
Yeah, no, that really kicked ass. That really struck a lot of joy, Martin. I have to be so real. I guess I really like Wolfpack now.
Wolfpack fucking rules.
That was
They're so good.
the thing is, like, also like as someone who plays the bass, I love seeing a bass player just going absolutely ripshit on stage, and then even more so like when, like you said, the crowd just picks up his bass line for him basically. I love seeing members of a band grinning wildly on stage while playing their music together and just like so clearly having genuinely all the fun in the world. Like it's not like a fake energy. It's not like we do the same thing every night. It's like, no, they're genuinely having a really good fucking time on that stage right now. That is like some of the best crystallization of that I've seen recently, for absolutely sure.
They bring me so much joy. They have a song on their new album called New Beastly that's just Joe Dart, their bassist, and like one other guy playing the cowbell, and it's like the best song on the album. It fucks.
Awesome. Christ. Does anyone else have anything to say about the groove we just set it on?
That rules. That's all I
Yeah.
got.
That kicked
Yeah.
ass.
Yeah. I felt the like when like it's not goosebumps, but like when like the muscles in your arms go woo when like a cool music thing happens. Yeah. That encore was something special.
That was really special, yeah.
So good.
Yeah, that was awesome. Thank you so much for that, Martin. That was a gift. I will be
You're
listening
so
to
welcome.
Wolfpack and talking to you about it off stream accordingly
Yes.
in the future. Following that up, Mac. I invoke thee, Mac. There weren't visuals
Hello.
for any of your three things, were there? Do I have them and I don't know them, or
No.
no?
No, and everybody has lots of stuff prepared. Real quick, are we getting doubled audio from us?
Should
with-
not
with
be.
the desktop.
Should
Great.
not be. I went ahead and muted the disc. Folks in chat, let me know if people are quieter than before because the audio levels are a little different in the audio input now, but I think I'm just going to leave it as it is for the sake of having people talking and playing videos intermittently.
Chat, I'm gonna
Uh,
be so real. I don't know how you all saw me putting together a Northern Lion collage for the past few minutes. And I'm sorry to tell you all that you're not going to see the fruit of that efforts because I decided not to make that audible cut because I didn't want to say that a big part of this year has been realizing how important Northern Lion was to keeping me mentally sane during my layoff. So I'm not going to include that. So it doesn't matter this year. So I'm not sure how that
real.
came through to you all. I'm gonna blame Jay, and we're gonna move past that.
That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. You know, Philomena Sunstone's gonna give us some corporate training for the programs that aren't quite working right. We'll get paid in extra overtime Sunstones for that, which are good for double at the commissary. And it'll all be fine. Mac, what is your first thing?
My first thing, I did not rank my things, so this is in no particular order. The first one I've got is Blueprints.
Hell yeah.
Which I feel like people should not really be surprised.
Fork found in kitchen, yes.
Fork found in kitchen. I mean, I put, I don't know, I want to say 15 to 20 hours into it on stream and then sunk another 60 off stream. Everyone had such like verbose things to say about the stuff that they were into this year, and Blueprints just like really scratched a puzzle game itch for me in a way that I like haven't felt in a while without it being like a point and click game, because I do really like my point and click games. And this game also pissed me the fuck off multiple times, and in fact is making me really mad right now because I am running into a brick wall over and over and over again. But I know that there will be a moment, just like there has been a moment in all of the past times that I have hit a wall in Blueprints, where something will crystallize in my head and I will hit the flow state again. And it will continue to be one of the best puzzle games I've ever played in my life. And I can't wait to get to the point where I'm like, okay, I'm finally done with this game, and then it turns out there's still more somehow.
I was gonna say it's been in the best of ways surprising that it's a game like you've had a relationship with Blueprints through this entire calendar year, basically. It seems like, which is not like I played a good amount of it. I liked it. I eventually kind of bounced off it for no like fault of the game. But like I never would have guessed, to be perfectly honest, that it like I had no doubt it would show up here, but that you would still be hitting those points where suddenly there's more that you at a point where you thought you'd found everything. Like that's a really cool testament to the scope of this game.
There's so much happening in this game in a way that I like. I've seen jokes made about how like making it to room 46 is like basically just completing the prologue of the game, and the number of times that I have like thought to myself, like I'm looking at a puzzle and I'm going, okay, I think this puzzle is maybe connected to this other puzzle, and then I've like gone and peeked to see if I'm on the right track, not like looking up the solution because I'm still trying to figure stuff out by myself. But like gone and peeked and been like, no, this is connected to a completely unrelated puzzle in a room that you haven't even seen yet. And it's like, what? How does this keep happening? I have now, however, finally found every single room in the game. So I think we're done there. We're done there.
So
I have
far.
all 110 of them.
All 110, you say?
Yes.
Yeah.
Um,
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that my experience with Blueprints was very similar, and I'm glad that Mac put it on their list because it really should have a spot on mine, but I had to put other things on my list. But I just want to echo pretty much everything they said, and I think I probably
won
looked at
awards.
it.
should have been.
Absolutely should have won
It
something.
should have been nominated for a lot more awards at the absolute fucking least.
Like, we all know that game
It-
awards are bullshit, but
Yes.
what were you
wanna-
gonna say, Andrew?
I was gonna say I want to highlight what Miss Drake is saying in the chat. The favorite Blueprints detail continues to be that the lead dev also runs one of the most consistent Magic the Gathering spoiler repositories. Yeah, Mythic Spoiler is a site that I've used for like years, and I was one of the first people on the Blueprints train because they posted a thing once that was like, "Hey, while I do this, I also have a game I'm working on in the background. It's called Blueprints." And I thought, that's cute, bud. And then I never looked into it. And then the game came out and ended up being one of the best of the year, which
Wow.
is a very. It came out and I was like, hey, wait a minute. Isn't that the thing the Magic guy was doing?
I know someone who used to play in a Harvest Moon themed Minecraft server with Concerned Ape about a year or two before Stardew Valley came out. That rules. Yeah, like I'll just say it again. Like it's really genuinely like impressive the way that game has had such a staying power. Like seeing you continue to get back into it and have it be such a thing that like you've streamed a bunch on Moonshot and everything. Like, love this for you. Like it kicks ass. It's cool
It's
hearing
wild
my friends.
that I've kept that it's kept hold on me for this long. I don't usually stick with things this long. It was this and Umineko, which I'm not talking about Umineko this stream, which I should, but I should have had it on my list. But like sinking my teeth into the game has been really good for me in a very real way.
Hell yeah.
And the game's just good. The game's just good. It looks good. It sounds good. It plays good. Some of the puzzles are phenomenal. Some of the puzzles are kind of mid, but like it's got like over 100 of them, so like some of them are just going to be kind of bad. It's fine. It's allowed.
They're allowed. Awesome. Yeah, is that your game of the year pretty firmly? Like I imagine it must be, right?
Pretty much hands down. It's very closely tied with the Off remaster, but
Sure.
since Off has existed in some form for 17 years, I don't feel bad about putting Blueprints over it.
Love that. All right, cool. Pad, you're next on the list. What is your first thing?
My first thing is a genre of game that I love dearly but hate the name of. Welcome to Friend Slop Town.
That's fucking right. Let's go. Real Bing Bong Hours. Who up?
I have had a great time this year, exploring various little multiplayer games with 2 to 5 friends at a time. The two big ones I want that I've had the most fun with, both in like playing it and watching it, are Repo and Peak. Repo, you are these funky little guys with like Repo's branding really shot it in the foot initially because they really leaned into the scary emoji guy, and that's not what this is about. This is one of the best like physical comedy that I've seen in a multiplayer game. Your little guys mouths pop open like Muppets. You can run into people, and like you are running from scary monsters, but like you have a little task to do, and you get to run around doing that, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of other games like this, such as Content Warning or Lethal Company, don't do a great job at handling death. It feels very punishing, and it's not fun to die. Here, it's fun to die. You can still watch people. You can still kind of interact with the world a little bit. If you all wipe, you go into a death match to be crowned king of the losers. Like, it makes it so you can continue playing with your friends even if you're not good at the game. And I really like that.
Yeah.
And then on the other hand, there is Peak, a game which I've spent a lot of time with. Before they updated it, I had 100%ed this game, along with the Alexandrites, who are not here tonight. We are actually planning to do some speed running of this game in the 100% category. So
what does 100% mean in terms of Peak?
Every achievement.
We speedrun to unlock every achievement and like hit a game from scratch.
What's the current world record on that? Just out of curiosity.
Let me look. I think there's one attempt, but it's not a duo. Peakspeedrun.com. I'm sorry, it's max percent. There's one person, their time is 3 hours, 16 minutes, and 52 seconds.
Okay, could be worse.
Could be worse, but that is solo. They didn't have to go for the multiplayer achievements. So, yeah, we're looking at that. But it's a lot of fun to load up and see, like, the level of the day, and it's a game that really rewards, like, working together. Like, there are mechanical benefits, but there's also, like, ways to fuck with people. And yeah, I don't know. I really like it. I've had a great time learning these games with my friends and watching other people play them and get really good at them.
Yeah, I think Repo is a really, like, Repo, they're both special to me. Repo is especially special to me because Repo feels like, it's reductive to say it's better Lethal Company, but it kind of like it's the first
it very
one
much is.
We're at a point
you're
with
right.
these games in a pretty short amount of time, right? Where, like, Lethal Company was, you could argue Among Us was kind of the first one of all of these, but it's also, I think Among Us has a very different vibe to it. Like, Lethal Company was kind of the first one of this wave of them in the last, like, 2 years, and Repo feels like one of the first ones to really, in a real way, be, like, iterative on the previous ones in this era, right? Where, like, it does feel like they looked at Lethal Company and said, what are things about Lethal Company that could be done better? And, like, I think everything, like, the comedy of it, the way the characters look, the way that it looks when you talk as them, the like silly to scary ratio of that game and how that feels when you're among, like, Riley's not here. Riley doesn't like horror stuff. Riley doesn't like a lot of horror games. I know y'all, they're streaming Silent Hill F with Mac and Martin, but, like, generally I know that's not their bag. Pat, you and me and them,
me play Silent Hill because they're too scared to play it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But, like, Pat, you, me, them, and I think the Alexandrites played Repo when we were pretty new to it and got Riley to play it with us. And I watched them go through a real thing of, like, the stuff that was putting them on edge was putting them on edge. But the stuff that was kind of goofy and stupid and fuck aroundy about it was, I think, like, counterweighting it in a really good way. And I think Repo in particular does that so fucking well. I love it.
Yeah, no, it's great at that. It does a great job with its tone. Once you know what you're doing, it does a great job with its difficulty. Like, I think other games are either too easy or too hard, and often are both in the same run. And this one scales really nicely. And it's a great time to load up for a couple hours and run around from a giant head that will kill you.
I love the head that will kill you. Awesome. Yeah, anyone else? Friend slop. It's the term. We all gotta live with it.
It's good. I know. I hate it, but it's descriptive.
It's one of those things that like it's not a great turn, but like I dare you to find one better.
That's kind of it, right?
Because I've heard a lot of options and none of them have been good.
Like one that is better and also that everyone will adopt and thus have more reason to use than friend slop.
Did you see that slop was Merriam-Webster's word of the year?
Word slop.
Word slop.
What is a dictionary but word slop?
That's literally so
An
true.
interesting question. Yeah.
Awesome. Well.
Have anyone seen the most recent Fool Time, the John Boy's history video on the
so good,
history?
Juliet.
That features a dictionary that is strictly just word slop. Say more.
Awesome. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. PB, I think we have you next in our order here.
Yep.
You've got a whole. I'm gonna turn now to your. This reminds
the boss
me.
is here.
Yeah, boss is here. Hold on.
Boss is here.
Oh,
Hey, boss.
hey, boss.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
No, not at all.
No,
not at
perfect
all.
timing. Perfect timing.
Thank you so much for letting us get on this idea tonight. We really appreciate the funding and the time and the use of the studio space.
Of course. What is the idea again? Beth didn't tell me what we were doing.
Well, Philomena, it's my three things. We're all going around and talking about three things that were pivotal and influential for us this year, whether it's movies, books, life experiences, whatever it might be.
You were on all of our lists at least once, boss.
Yeah, you were number one.
We had two things for you.
Yeah, we all went around Robin and said your name
thank you.
reverently in a circle. Would you not to impose? Would you like to contribute your own at all?
Oh. Well, let me think. Well, of course, acquiring the Moonshot Podcast Network. That was pivotal to this year, especially the end of it. Best decision that I have ever made, and best thing to ever happen to you people. The second thing, I saw the TV Glow. Have you seen it?
Yeah,
Devastating.
yes.
I never would have canceled the Pink Opaque. There is still time for a show to find its footing. And third, I started going to therapy. Anyway, how this is going well then? People are enjoying it?
Absolutely.
great.
Viewership is up, and up from there, we're doing fabulous.
Our numbers have
Beautiful.
never been
I love
higher.
to
We
hear
have
it.
more ad engagement as well, thanks to the sponsored posts that we've included within our three favorite things.
Ah, you people, you are going above and beyond what I expected, to be honest. Keep at it.
Wonderful. Will do. Thank you so much, boss.
Thank you, boss.
Thank you, boss.
Thank you, boss.
Thanks, boss.
Thanks, boss.
All right, nobody
Hey.
tell her I couldn't find the password.
Sorry, who was that?
Check your email.
Oh, that's Philomena Sunstone.
Yeah,
Check-
check
I
it
gotta
out.
redo my presentation.
Yeah. Andrew, we got to talk about this inbox thing.
I'll check my it's see inbox 0.
Yeah.
I kind of do the opposite. I'll work on it.
Inbox maximalist.
Yeah, Andrew.
Hey,
Go,
PB, by the way.
Yeah.
no, go ahead, Mac.
PB, by the way, did you answer that ad request from Cradle Pharmaceuticals?
Let's see. Yeah, they're slotted in for Wednesday.
Good.
Okay, sounds good.
Good. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think that they could really get us somewhere.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
as we shake off the nerves of our boss being in the room, PB, hit us with your kids rug that has a city on it looking presentation. What's your first thing?
What are you disrespecting our glorious logo?
Not at all. I'm enamored with the density of it, perhaps. Oh, let me get that in for everyone in the call.
More logos means better. Anyway, sorry. Let me actually go drop the kayfabe and talk about three of my favorite games from the year. I should say these aren't my favorite games. These aren't my top favorite games. Like Hollow Knight Silk Song came out this year. That was made. I've waited for years for that. It exceeded all expectations. Like Blueprints came out this year. But these are games that maybe you wouldn't have heard about, or that I just want an excuse to talk about more. And number one, what we're doing right now is Misericord.
Oh, nice.
Misericord is a visual novel set in a nunnery in the 15th century, where our protagonist is an abbess, or an anchoress, rather, which is basically a nun who gets locked up in her own room and only talks to people through like a little window and never sees them and only consults the scriptures. Perfectly great way to make sure that someone's perfectly mentally sound, especially when she's pulled out by the Mother Superior to solve a murder. Misericord...
Because she's also the only person with a perfect alibi.
Exactly, because she's the anchoress. She was locked up in that room that entire time. Misericord is currently has 2 parts out. It took me about 18 hours to play through, which is just reading, so it's decently long. It's got music, it's got great art. Let me introduce you to a couple of our other characters. We have Sister Eustace. Sister Eustace is the librarian, and she's also in charge of all of the relics. And she is completely normal. She is our normal friend and doesn't have a fraught relationship with us at all. She's not weirdly protective about the library. And she has great glasses, which is especially that's a big deal if we're talking the 15th century. Do genuinely love Eustace. A uniquely frustrating character. Let's see. We've got Hedwig. No, sorry, not Hedwig. Oh, shoot. Am I already forgetting my nun's names? This is Darcy. This is Darcy here. You can tell because of the little cat mouth.
Oh, true.
Darcy is our resident, keeps the entire monastery alive, or the entire abbey alive. Here, she's just admiring a sword. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about why we've got swords in here. It's normal. Girls.
It wasn't until you said something. Now I feel like worried.
Anyway, Darcy is great. She only ever talks in lowercase. And is very much working on a different wavelength than everyone else here. But also, she has lots of spiritual visions, and she can get you what you need to make sure you have your spiritual visions too. But also, without her, the entire abbey would fall apart in an instant. She is a necessary part. Let's see, we've also got Moira here on the left and Margaret on the right. Moira is the most friendly, kind, sweet woman you've ever met, so everyone is extremely suspicious of her who's read it. Hard to say whether that pays off or not. She's definitely keeping something secret. And then Margaret is, I don't know, she's always in her feelings about something. I feel like she's one of the most intelligent and thoughtful people at the Abbey. And she's got interesting, her dad shows up in part 2, and that's a whole thing because she went to a nunnery and now she's seeing her family again. This is just 4 of the characters. There's 12 people at the Abbey. It's a relatively big cast for a story. I do want to talk about the pros and cons. I have these for all 3 of my things. So, pros of Misericord. There is a gripping mystery. From the beginning, we start to get all the clues, all these weird events start to pile up, and it's just, what the fuck is going on at this Abbey? Why is anything happening the way it's happening? And we have no hope of solving that because our protagonist sucks at her job. This poor anchoress, Hedwig, she doesn't know how to talk to people or interact with people or do anything. She's really, really weak just walking around because she's just been living in a room for the last years. So it's immediately okay, we need to protect our girl at all costs, but also she is being thrown into a fire because a sister is dead, and she's the only person who couldn't have done it, so she has to figure it out. No, she doesn't know how to do a mystery, though, so she's mostly just trying to figure out how to exist as a person. A monastery this far back in history feels like a pretty unique setting for a story, at least for what I read. So I really enjoyed getting set into a completely different set of social norms and expectations. Just a wonderful cast, wonderful setting. Also, more gay than you'd expect. That's all I'll say there.
I'm expecting pretty gay if it's a nunnery.
It's still more gay than you would expect.
Yep, somehow. Cons, it is unfinished. Part 3 will come out at some point. The author just announced a different visual novel, so I imagine it'll take at least until 2027 or 2028 for part 3 to come out. So, there's no no answer right now, and I don't know about anyone else who's read it, but that is driving me nuts. Our protagonist chucks their job, and it is infuriating to have our detective just not ask any of the obvious questions that she needs to be asking people. There's just so many things that she just either brushes off or is too awkward to ask. It's great, and it's also frustrating. And also, look, your mom or grandpa or friend is going to look over your shoulder during that one scene and ask why you're playing a sex game, and then you're going to have to sputter and say that it's actually a really important character moment, and you're reading this for the mystery and not for the steamy hot repressed lesbian nun action. They're not going to believe you.
Incredible.
That's everything I have to say about Misericord.
Amazing.
Fascinating.
PB, which nun is your favorite?
I mean, it's gotta be Darcy.
Hell yeah.
Darcy, so
The other nuns are great. I love a lot of the other nuns, but like Darcy just clears.
I'm so excited to get more than an hour into the first part.
I will say the author ZC has said it is supposedly a solvable mystery in the state that it's at, and like part 3 is going to be explaining the like whys and hows.
Oh, that's so compelling.
That's always compelling.
I have been meaning to reread it, and like actually take notes and see if I think I know who the culprit is.
Have they said anything about like if anyone's gotten close? Like have they said like, oh, I saw someone on Reddit or wherever get kind of close with their guess about what's going on?
I feel like the last I saw, they said that like a couple people have like noticed things that are on the right track, but like no one has gotten it exactly.
Cool. Extremely cool.
Hell yeah.
Echo ass.
Yeah.
Echo ass.
Me getting flashbacks to
Again,
Mark Gatiss and
more
Stephen
than you might
Moffat
expect,
before the release
I'd
of
even
Sherlock
say,
season 3
of
and
that.
getting very worried. You're close, but you don't have it exactly.
I know. I feel like the author earned a lot of faith from me with the first 2 chapters.
I'm sure
And
they're fine.
even
I'm
if
not
the-
actually making fun of them. I'm just like, that's the last time I associate like a long period of guessing the mystery to a like series where there's a long hiatus between 2 seasons. The showrunners keep going like, oh, you're close. A lot of you almost have it. And then it turning out just to be bullshit.
Yeah. Also, like the other difference here is like this is like one person writing a story as opposed to like an entire writer's room and a massive BBC budget.
Zach, no, yeah.
Theo,
So like,
no, please go.
Yeah.
No.
That's all. Last thing
Say
I was
more,
gonna say
please.
is just so if the ending to this one does suck, like I won't feel as bad because like it's one person and they still made something really compelling if the ending didn't follow through.
Yeah,
that's actually a really good point as well.
that is a really good point. Theo, while we have you on the horn anyway, I believe you are next in our pecking order. Would you like to tell us? I'm going to go from one PowerPoint to another. Would you like to tell us about your first thing?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how we're going to run this one because I came here with a slightly different mission. To not simply share my own 3 things, I want to offer everyone in the audience a gift. And that is the gift of knowledge. If they had to go home and come up with their own 3 things, how can I make sure they have a much easier time doing so? So I would like to offer a philosophical paradigm for how one may determine their own personal 3 things. Now, I think they will just do one vertical category per my entry, so I don't use too much extra time here. And so for this first category, media purism. We keep it simple. Your 3 things of the year. They will exclusively be media, something solid where you can describe a narrative with a theme. And where do we start in media purism? Something for everyone, right? Are you bringing your 3 things to the table because you want to be able to recommend something to someone else, anyone else, and have them commiserate with you upon that item? That is this first category. And an example for me this year. Yeah, I didn't think about having this wide. I'm sorry. My entry in this square here would be the cinematic masterpiece American Fiction, which I saw earlier this year. This film fucking rules on every level. I think everyone should be, especially if you want to be a writer, you should be legally obligated to watch this film. It is amazing. It is really funny. And one thing I do like about it, though, is that it is the exact sort of film that if you are deeply conservative, you would still walk away liking it, because your response would be, haha, they're making fun of those dipshit liberals, and everyone else is watching going, haha, they're making fun of white people. Like, across the spectrum. It's really good, and Jeffrey Wright is a treasure.
I was gonna say, it's Jeffrey Wright doing it, which also just immediately gains it some points.
Oh, 100%. He's phenomenal in this movie. He manages to perfectly ride that line between a protagonist who you can support and who is also objectively doing dubious things. He is always kind of advancing his own selfish agenda, but you never quite lose sympathy for him. It's really good. Next possible category here, something with some strings attached. You don't necessarily think you can recommend this to everyone or easily find someone who has seen it, but there's only some compunction. It's otherwise something you'd want to tell other people about. That for me this year was the webcomic melodrama Teenage Mercenary. I had to download the Webtoons app on my phone so I could more easily read First Blades of Furry, a comic I started reading in physical form after a visit to a Tybee Island bookstore. Then I was like, hey, Shag and Scoob is on here. Let me start that again. Let me catch back up on that. And then I was like, I've run out of things to read because everything else on Webtoons looks like dog shit. And don't worry, Teenage Mercenary does not buck that trend. Teenage Mercenary is pure junk food. And I adore, real junk food. I adore it. It is in one reading of 250 plus chapters of this webcomic that's still ongoing. I now understand how people get deeply invested in soap operas, because I'm like, holy fucking shit, how is Lee Jin-yu, a man, a quote unquote man, he is a 19-year-old boy who has served in questionable Middle East, also sometimes just the Balkans, war-torn country, as a child soldier and then later teenage mercenary, now returned to Korea to try and live an average Korean boy's life, and is somehow nonstop getting involved in the most ridiculous shit of increasing intensity. It's bad. I really enjoyed it. But speaking of, but it's also just not even that weird at the end of it. It's just a soap opera. But that does put it very close to this third category, sickos only. Do you want to just bring something that speaks to your soul, something only for you and people of your twisted ilk? That is what this category is for. And in here we have Kazutaka Kodaka's and Kotaro Uchikoshi's joint atrocity, the 100-line Last Defense Academy. Yeah. I don't know if I like this game more than other video games. I think I respect this video game more than I've ever respected a video game. I have never seen something with such a clear and bizarre vision that I guess it's fucking executing to its own specifications. To rip the band-aid off, because I think this is decently well known, this is a game with multiple routes where you make choices that will change up the story into different timelines, which will then, those changes will cascade. It will fully branch out into any one of 100 different endings. And fuck, the endings this game has, I don't want to get into specifics on any of them, because on the chance that none of you heed my warning and play this fucking video game, I want you to feel the pain of some of these endings. I started playing this game in April, played it through into July, and then dropped it for 4 fucking months because of one ending that scarred me so fucking badly. I couldn't look at the game. The 100-line is so fucking stupid, and I love it so much.
It's by the Don people, is that correct?
Danganronpa.
Sorry, Danganronpa. I guess what I was looking at images for my own first thing. Yeah, that's what I meant. I meant Danganronpa.
So Kodaka is the Danganronpa guy. Kotaro Uchikoshi is the Zero Escape guy, and they worked on this jointly. So, and don't worry, they're their worst behavior, both of them. I last night unlocked what I'm pretty sure is as close to a true ending for this game as I am going to get. Potentially, I don't know, maybe they'll find more shit, but it's answered all of the major mysteries. And it was actually really emotionally affecting and beautiful and fucked up and wild. and I still have 3 story locks I have not undone on other branches. I don't know what this game has left for me. I am afraid, but I love this game.
What
Anyway,
what is your hour count gotten to at that point in time?
Oh, okay. That's a good point. So I have played this game for 160 and a half hours. I've unlocked 35 endings.
Jesus Christ. So when you said they're on their worst behavior.
2027.
Oh my god.
I'm so excited for the definitive like video essay to come out about it so that I don't have to engage with it. But I am interested conceptually.
Oh yeah, no, this is one where only get into it if you're willing to be in the long haul and see a lot of this game makes itself feel like its own fan fiction at points. Playing the 100 line makes you feel like you are playing a parody of the 100 line.
That's how Danganronpa felt too, but I'm not gonna. That's not on my 3 things, so I'm not gonna delve into it, even if I did play it this year.
With that, I will allude to my second category to whet y'all's appetites. Objectivism. Parentheses. Not that one.
Theo, what I love about what you've done here is that one of the inspirations for us doing this is I occasionally watch the Trash Taste podcast, which is 3 American speaking guys who live in Japan and talk about their YouTube channels and living in Japan. And they do a 3x3 grid at the end of the year where each of them just puts 9 things from the year, again, whether it's media or stuff they did or whatever. And I looked at that and went, I really like that approach and the openness it gives the conversation. But with this many people, 9 things is way too much. So let's shrink it down to 3. And you went ahead and reverse engineered the thing that I was looking at to begin with. Thank you for that. Looking forward to... Oh, I just realized that parts of that were slightly cut off, but I will fix that for the next one. Thank you for that. I believe, Andrew, I have you up next. I'm going to pivot once again from one PowerPoint to another and get yours up there. Hold on one second. Let me make sure I have this sized correctly before I put it on screen. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Andrew, what have we got going on over here? Talk to us.
Oh,
yeah, so this year I got to do something that I have wanted to do for a long time. And that is playing a bunch of classic video games that I've never gotten around to doing. And I got to do that as part of the boss stream that I was putting together. Not to be the person that comes on here and talks about their own content as the thing that they did this year that they enjoyed and was good. But I made content that was good and that I enjoyed making. I spent a long part of this year just playing a bunch of classic video games like Final Fantasy VI, Majora's Mask, pretty much all the Souls games. I'm trying to think, old Mario games. I got to play part of Paper Mario. Going back and revisiting like old classic games in order to put them together for a stream. And I had a really good time doing it. It's something that I've wanted to do for a while, and like, you got a lot of stuff on your bucket list that you're just like, one of these days I'll get around to actually doing it. It turns out crossing things off your bucket list really rules. I found a lot of my new favorite games this year, which isn't very... I found a lot of new favorite games this year, which isn't super revolutionary because now it means that my favorite games list is The Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask, Final Fantasy VI, like all of the like old head ass video game answers to what's the best video game of all time. It turns out a lot of them are just really fucking good. And I had a really great time doing it. So, you know, even outside of the framing of we're doing the boss stream where I'm going to play through a bunch of bosses and fight them, which was in itself a really good time, and I enjoyed doing that. It was really cool. It was a really fun time and kept me sane throughout a year where I spent half of it unemployed. It kept me sane to have... I was sitting on the couch playing video games all day, but with a purpose, not just because there was nothing else to do, and to put off the job search. So I really enjoyed it, and it was a big undertaking that I did mostly alone as a streamer, getting prepped for it. Like 90% of it, I had a couple of people submit save files and things like that. And then obviously Riley came up and helped with running the stream, but like as a thing that I conceptualized and then produced and made real, I was really happy with how it turned out. So that was a thing that I did this year that really really felt good in a year where a lot of things didn't really feel good.
Yeah. I love that you did that, and I like there is always we are all haunted by backlogs, right? Just as people living in an era with an endless amount of media and media we enjoy around us at all times. So like were there obviously you chose games for the boss stream based on their viability for the boss stream. Was it a lot of like were there a lot of games that you specifically were like, oh, this is really exciting, this will be like were there a lot of games that you've been actively thinking about wanting to play for a lot of time, or a lot of time, or were there a lot that were just like, well, I never really thought about it, but I guess this is the time? And then like, how incidental was it versus I guess how many games were ones you'd really intended to get around to for a long time?
I mean, the two that I mentioned were definitely ones that I wanted to play for a while. Let me look up my like full list of what I actually played.
Yeah, do it. Majora's Mask is a huge one. That's also one that I still mean to play, as Riley gets on me about all the time. I've only
at least ones that I like had of it is a bit of like it was really, really cool to do it, but it is also a little bit of a shame to be like, yeah, okay, people are right. It turns out that Majora's Mask is a really good video game. Who'd have thunk, you know? So games I played Armored Core 6. I just had ready to go. Balatro. That one I just was like, I've played enough of it this year. Let's add another list. I'm not going to read this whole thing. Death Stranding actually is a game that I knew I wanted to play, and I knew that it had some weird bosses to it. So I wouldn't have played that. I wouldn't have played that if I hadn't been A, prepping it for this boss stream, and B, laid off and needing something that I could play as a stream game. Yeah, Final Fantasy VI. It let me replay Fire Emblem. It let me replay Mass Effect 2, which I ended up actually kind of hating. I think that game's overrated. I got to replay Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, which was like a childhood favorite. Pokemon Snap. Portal 2 I replayed, which is a great game.
Yeah.
And then I finally did the genocide route of Undertale, which is something I'd never done before, and sucks intentionally, but I got to it, and then I didn't beat Sans. So, you know, all in good time, I guess. But yeah, and then I had some other games on the list that I wanted to play, or that when I started it, I was like, I'll just get to a bunch of like end bosses, and then sometimes final bosses are bad, and we'll have to deal with that. But then I was just like, what if I only did the good ones instead? So I kind of landed there. But yeah, it was nice to clear through a backlog and like do some replaying and revisiting games that I hadn't played in a long time, and got to actually redo them. So that felt really good to do.
That's awesome. That rules. I just to sort of like keep us moving and get my first thing in here. My first thing is one I don't like. This will be a pretty quick one, I think. I accidentally said it earlier, but Daunting's fucking good. Y'all hear about this thing? So the Daunting anime went through its second season this year, and I have been a big advocate of the Shonen Jump app, which is like $3 a month and gets you just so much stuff. I've read like all of Haikyuu. I'm current on Chainsaw Man and a couple other manga, and after season 2 of Daunting ended, I really liked it, and I was like finding myself asking a lot of questions about. I'm really curious whether certain things in it, I'll say what I mean by this, whether certain elements of the anime are like leading to something deeper than what they appear to be on their surface or not, and whether or not that's good or bad. And also I just like it and think it's incredibly cool and fun and refreshing. So I started reading the manga, and my first thing is the manga of Daunting. I had hoped to grab a few more screenshots that I took while reading it, and I ran out of time to do that, so we're just going to look at this cover for a minute, and then I have one other image I'll toss in. The thing about Dawn to Dawn, first of all, I got into it because the anime is made by Science Saru, which is one of my favorite animation studios. They did Devilman Crybaby. They did the movie Inu-Oh, which is one of my biggest, like, underseen anime movies of the last 5 years. But reading the manga has an art style that's all its own as much as the show does, and that really hooked me immediately. But the thing I guess I want to say about Dawn to Dawn is that in the anime and the manga, Dawn to Dawn is about teenagers getting into the occult and into aliens, and it is supernatural adventure on both sides, and a lot of other subsequent sides that the manga gets into in the anime will one day. This is technically spoilers, but just throw out some words. Vampires eventually come up. Other types of supernatural stuff eventually come up in it. The thing about Dawn to Dawn, and this was what, was interesting when the anime was first going, is that, it's also about teenagers being teenagers. I like a good found family story. I think found family is a term that gets thrown around, really, it's become a big trope, and it's a great trope. There's a lot of great stories with found family stuff in it. What I like about Dawn to Dawn is Dawn to Dawn knows how to write teenagers better than most manga I have ever read. I think that the author of Dawn to Dawn has some of the best understanding of, along with, Mob Psycho 100, which I also hold up in a big way, of just, teens and the issues they go through and the way that those issues make them, mean and bitey and misunderstanding of each other. And it finds ways to feed all of that into what is also a story about a kid possessed by a Japanese urban legend whose balls have gone missing, and a girl with psychic powers, and a much meaner girl who is possessed by an incredibly tragic ghost. It is a manga that balances its darker stuff with its silly stuff in a really great way that kind of comes back to that. It's not just here is what's funny, here's what's serious. It's both of these things exist within the awkward teenagers that this story is about, and so it all comes back to those real emotions. And I think it just does it in a really great way. I'm not going to say a ton more about it, because if you've watched bits of it, if you've read bits of it, you know a lot about it. The only other thing I'll say is that when season 3 comes, it is going to hit I need to make this image not be 1,000,000 pixels when I put it on the overlay here. When we get to season 3 of the manga, it is going to, or of the anime rather, it is going to be an adaptation of what I think is easily some of the best stuff in the manga. I don't know, read Dawn to Dawn. The last thing I guess I would say is that, I have one of the reasons I got into it, to reading it, is that when the anime started, it's a show with some teenagers in their underwear being put in scary situations a couple times. That's a thing that happens. There is the threat of sexual assault used as a real thing in it a couple times, and understandably, I know people who have seen that and bounced off it. The reason I started reading the manga is that I was really curious to what degree, is that going somewhere in terms of what the author is thinking about in a deeper way? Is he just thinking about that stuff in terms of here is a kind of threat I can put on page or on screen, or this or that? I still don't have a perfect answer. I think that Dawn to Dawn does use nudity as a vulnerability thing a lot in how it shows what's going on and what happens to characters. If that stuff doesn't work for you, it is in there, but I think it is something that its author is thinking about on a deeper level than let's just put skin on screen for a minute. I'm really enjoying Dawn to Dawn. I'm not quite caught up, but I'm getting close, and I can't wait to keep on going. And that is my Dawn to Dawn minute.
What a good set of freaks in that screen.
It really is. It really is. And there are so many more freaks who aren't in that screen. Andrew, I'm so excited for redacted. There's just so many.
Redacted rules.
Yeah, redacted kicks ass. All right, and so that's the first. We are moving through these at a lengthy pace. We have gotten through our first round, our first things. We have sets of 3 things that were written in by members of the network who couldn't be on here. And I think it would probably be good to read through a couple of those before we keep going. If that's part of me is wondering if we should cut that for time and put those out later, but I would like to on-air decision, if we're okay with this being an on-air decision. Are those
I mean, I feel like I can read through one of the ones I've got here in 60 seconds.
Yeah,
give or take.
let's Juliet, let's do that. You have the Alexandrites, and then Andrew, if you want to read Sam's, I think we can get through those 2 sets
actually
of
have
3 things,
Sylvie's.
and then you have Sylvie's. My bad. That's right.
Yes.
Pat has the Alexandrites, and then we can keep on going.
And I don't know about my 2 and second and third things for myself are significantly shorter.
Yeah,
I would
same.
guess for Marn, that we kind of front loaded our long ones, so that's good. But yeah, let's get the first of Sylvie's 3 things for the year 2025, which is Near Replicant version 1.22474487139 ...
God,
Sylvie
yeah,
says,
good fucking choice.
Sylvie says, I've been interested in Nier for about a decade. I first discovered it about a decade ago when I heard Ashes of Dreams, the credits song for the game. That song alone sets the surface level tone rather well. It's a very bleak story, and a lot of it is about seeing the little rays of hope that shine through the bleakness. Needless to say, it was overdue for me to play it, and I really enjoyed playing it this year. It's a game with multiple playthroughs, and the second one especially adds so much to the story that it's kind of unbelievable to me. There are a lot of spoilers I could reveal about the game that might make it sound more interesting, but I'm going to hold off. What I will say is, despite very much being an RPG limited by the time it was released, it tells an excellent story, has stunning music, and brings out a ton of emotion in the audience.
Awesome. I have not. It's been on my list for a long time because Near Automata is a game that I have played and really liked, but I'm glad they really liked it. Do you want to go ahead and do her other 2?
Sure. Yeah, if we like, or Andrew and I can trade off. I think that might be slightly better content. If Andrew, are you ready to do
Sure.
the first one?
Yes. Sorry, I thought we were. Give me half a sec. Okay. Sam time. Okay. Sam's thing number 1. Donkey Kong Bonanza. I think it says something about me as a person that I keep waiting for the game to tell me that I can't smash this or that, or that if I punch through the wall, it'll hinder progress that I've made, or that I've done something wrong by being so destructive. But so far, the correct option is to, in fact, destroy anything in sight. As my first foray into the Donkey Kong world, except for taking turns trying to beat a final boss at a friend's birthday party in the 3rd grade, I've been delighted with the characters and the power-ups. It is the right amount of puzzles to keep it interesting, but nothing hard enough to make me frustrated with a stopping point. There's something cathartic in the year of our Sunstone 2025 about being able to punch the shit out of stuff.
Ain't that the truth? I can hit Sylvie's next one then.
Yeah, let's keep
We have the Hunter x Hunter manga. I first watched Hunter x Hunter a bit over 2 years ago now. I ended up following along with the manga as Media Club Plus did their watch through, which was a ton of fun. And once they reached the end of the anime, I decided it was time to read through the rest of it on my own. It took me 2 days to read through the remaining 80 chapters. Not the fastest I've read a manga, but given how busy I was at the time, I think it goes a long way to emphasize how much I enjoyed it. More than anything else, I think the world building is fantastic, and I think the characters are interesting. It hasn't reached the emotional impact of some of the other arcs, but there's still a lot left to go in this arc, and has left me devastated on more than one occasion. I like sad media, if you haven't noticed. It's been a delightful read, and I highly recommend it.
I'm scared of Hunter x Hunter, but I've watched the anime and love it, and I'm just like, I'm a little scared to begin picking up where it leaves off in the manga because I just feel like it's gonna be something like I'll just be there until he passes away. And yes, I say that and not he ends Hunter x Hunter. I know the score.
Very funny.
Great. Andrew, what's Sam's number 2?
Sam's number 2 is Legendborn by Tracy Dion. I'm halfway through the second book, but this series easily makes it on the list. The first book explores themes of grief, ancestral loss, race, and the history of Black Americans and contrasts it with the legends of King Arthur. The author does a fantastic job of pulling in fantasy elements while still telling a modern-day story with realistic interactions between characters. I love any story that directly calls out the ways in which people in power have shaped narratives. And between how legends have been passed down, politics, and racism, this book has plenty to call out. It's a YA story that punches way above its weight class. In writing this, I realized that it was a quartet and not a trilogy, and now I can't believe I'm going to have to wait for the to-be-determined release of the fourth book. That's Legendborn by Tracy Dion.
Awesome.
Fun.
We've got a cover right up there on screen. How about Sylvie's third? I have some great images for up on screen.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. Sylvie's third one is learning how to make rendering pipeline. I've been learning about graphics programming on the side for the last few years. Most of that has admittedly been spent on learning general concepts about different techniques used in rendering and things like that. A very sort of theoretical approach. But this year, I started to get a little more hands-on with it, and it's been a lot of fun. It's just so neat to be able to take a bunch of numbers and turn it into a 3D image, maybe even one that moves in some circumstances. In particular, I really enjoyed SS Loy's Tiny Renderer articles, put a link there, which go through a lot of details of how a GPU works behind the scenes before delving into the code that people typically write. It's filled in a lot of holes in my theoretical understanding. It's just super satisfying to go through. It's admittedly not the most practical thing ever, since it is replicating the GPU instead of actually using it, but it's an invaluable experience nonetheless.
The most like in the hardware. That's the most like hardware. Like it's software, not hardware, but that's kind of the most like technical skill we've had so far. I feel like it rules.
Yeah.
Andrew, hit us with Sam's third.
Well, speaking of skills,
yeah, here we go. Another one.
Sam's number 3. Sam's number 3 is stepping out of her aerial comfort zone. She got into aerial. I don't know why I'm going third person and having to convert this. I got into aerials 4 years ago for exercise and just to push myself to see what I could do. I didn't have the intention of performing or being the center of any kind of attention. But this year, at friends and Andrew's encouragement, I did both a black and white photo shoot and performed at my studio's Halloween show. I chose No Escape by Darren Korb from the Hades soundtrack because of course I did, but also because I wanted to create the journey of trying, failing, falling, recovering, and going further than before. With the way that the show was set up, I ended up being the first act that had any drops, and I loved being able to surprise the audience. I choreographed the act myself with shapes and transitions that I've learned from various instructors over the years. Being able to mix shapes that I learned in the intro classes with complex wraps and climbs highlights the beauty of circus arts. The months of preparing the act and the final performances were an exercise in being proud of myself, which is something I've struggled with in the past. The support from the other performers and the aerial community as a whole is so precious to me. I love watching their acts and feeling so inspired by their hard work as well. Thank you for watching.
Kick ass.
Yay.
Yay.
Yeah, that's so fucking cool.
Yeah, this rules.
It like
Goes hard.
Yeah, that goes incredibly hard. I've seen like a couple videos of this stuff being done. It's just like so squarely in the realm of physical skills and feats that I could not imagine being able to achieve, and it kicks ass that she does that.
I've tried doing aerials like back when I was in like the best shape of my life, so basically when I was a teenager, and like that takes so much guts, man. That shit is hard. It is so much exertion. It is so much like, especially the drops, like, oh man. And I don't have a fear of heights or falling, and like I can only imagine, like, that's killer. That's awesome.
Yeah,
It
truly.
literally
Also, No
takes
Escape
guts,
is
'cause it's like
inspired.
Yeah, it
70% core strength too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's seriously amazing. Oh, all right. In the interest of folks, we've been doing this a long time, and the sleepy is beginning to take people. Mac, we are going out of order and letting you do your other two things. Would you like to Sam, I do not have your video. I don't know if I ever actually got it from you. I can search over that. Mac, if you want to go ahead and give us your other two things, I can hunt down that video while you're going.
Hell yeah. I was about to say, I have two other things. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Everyone else does. Can you tell that I'm tired? I'm gonna go to sleep right after we finish this. My second thing, when I was coming up with my list for this year, there were two immediate, no question, no brainers. One of them was Blueprints. The other one was Sinners. There was no way I was going to talk about 2025 without talking about Sinners, a movie that I found out about maybe a week before it came out because I heard about Ryan Coogler's incredible deal with Hollywood and said, well, I'm going to go buy a ticket to that and put some money into the pocket of a black director. Like, of course I am, hell yeah. And then walked into here's the thing. I think people throw around the phrase instant classic too much, especially if you're into wrestling like I am. But in thinking about how I felt about this film, I really came out of that movie feeling like I have just watched something that is going to be talked about for the next century at least. It was incredible. It blew me away, and that was before I saw it in IMAX. I saw it twice in the same week because I went back to IMAX after hearing that there was an aspect ratio change, and the film nerd in the back of my head went, "You have to go see that." Oh my god. Absolutely stunning. And 100% a movie that you want to go see in a crowded theater, since I don't think this is really a spoiler. There's a moment where a knife comes through a door really fast, and I heard someone in the audience down in the very front row go, "Holy shit!" at top volume.
Awesome.
Which did, everyone ended up laughing at that.
Yeah.
But I love going to see a movie in a theater and get those natural reaction moments from people. So that's my second thing. My third thing, I know that we're pivoting to video this week. I do need to talk about Bump in the Night really quickly.
Oh, hell yeah.
But I
Beck, you're gonna make me
specifically
cry.
want to talk about Bump in the Night from the perspective of somebody who has been watching and listening to my friends actually make it. And it brings me a lot of joy to see how excited Marn and Jeff have been to make this project and to play with their action figures for the last year or so, and to see all of us get really excited about Marn and Jeff playing with their action figures and wanting to come in and also play with them. Confession, I've listened to 3 episodes of Bump in the Night. Podcasts are hard for me right now.
But you've been on an episode now.
I have been on an episode now.
So you've listened to 4.
That's true. I have listened to 4. But truly, there has been nothing hearing from Marn and Jeff every time they finish an episode and go, "That was so awesome. I can't wait for people." I'm condensing, obviously, I'm simplifying, but being really excited to share that with people in a way that we're all excited about the things that we make. But this particular one just brings me a lot of joy.
Mac, I'm gonna cry.
I love you guys.
Oh, I love you, buddy. Go to bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah.
This is a good stream. I'm glad that you/we are doing this.
Good.
I wish
Hey,
that
I'm
I could
glad.
stay awake for more of it, because I do want to hear my friends talk about the things that they like. But I will come and catch the VOD later.
No worries. Go freaking snooze. Ta-ta. All right.
Good night, everybody. Have fun.
Good night, Mac.
Good night.
Night.
Marn, I am putting you in Mac's spot up there That's yours now. That's yours now. Mac's name has been erased. There is only Martin now.
Oh God.
All right, there we go. Beautiful. Okay, so, and there we go. Now that did work. I think I have us in a state. Oh, hold on a minute. That's going up there for a second. I think while Mac was going through those, I was trying to figure out if I could get Sam's video to play in a way that would actually function. I believe we have it. I need to put us back on studio mode. So here's what we're going to do. So that is showing. I'm gonna, don't do that. This is, I am jostling this around live on stream because it's just genuinely the way that works better for making this happen. Everyone's seeing how the rectangles get made for just a minute. This is Sam's performance, and we are going to see if this is fully presentable. There we go.
Something a little hotter. Few speak of Hades, whose very name evokes fear and penitence.
I don't
reminding
think
us
that.
of an ending we must
Never
all
mind.
face eventually, and the consequences we may also face. But tonight, the veil between worlds is thin, perhaps even thin enough to break through. If given a chance, who wouldn't claw and grasp, struggling to escape their hellish fate, and striving to return to the living world?
Kicks ass.
It was really fucking good.
That ruled so hard.
Kicks absolute ass. Kicks absolute
So
ass.
cool.
When she's upside down and unraveling one leg and then unraveling the other, and like the coordination to do that and like hold yourself in position while upside down goes fucking nuts. Really, like
Andrew,
like
your wife is so cool.
yeah, Andrew, your wife kicks
Yeah.
ass. That's really cool. Yeah, Sam, thank you so much for putting that in. One of the instructors told me that I knew the music well and just thought about how I know that music in my soul. Yeah, that's incredibly fair. That kicks ass. Let's get into round 2 of this dang thing. Jacqueline, I feel like it was so long ago that we were talking about the opening to Birdie Wing. Jacqueline, what is your second thing?
So similar in some ways to the opening of Birdie Wing, which is sort of about the beauty of things we create together in like memes and whatnot. My second thing is recording actual plays. And actual plays in general. I've had a really fuck me. Just drop something. I've had a really
Deep breath.
wonderful time this year, like just like recording different shows, and seeing shows get released. Like this was the year that Rat Half Zelda came out, which was so much fun to like see people react to and like just like hear speculation and all that. And along with that, I along with that, like this was the year that we finished recording Last Bastion Pro Wrestling, another Rataf season that I won't talk about further. Also, but and like just this has been like a really fun year for just playing games with friends, and that is something I have really enjoyed.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck, absolutely fuck yeah. I'm so happy Red Half Zelda. That came out this year, huh? I
that's
forgot that came out
crazy.
this year. That's crazy.
I don't know if I told either of you this. I cried listening to Rat Tub Zelda at the grocery store.
Aw. Aw.
That makes me so happy to hear.
Seriously, likewise.
It was mostly grocery related. She just happened to be listening to the show.
Yeah, you know.
Listen,
the
inflation's a
classic,
bitch.
something in the deli aisle makes you cry. You know.
Yeah,
We've all-
Pretty
we've all been
normal,
there.
actually.
Like in the famous song.
They're out of Brussels sprouts, and I gotta deal with Thela and Gina. God damn it.
It literally was when you go to the Witches College and see the picture of Gina on the wall. I was just like, I can't do this, man. I'm trying to shop for groceries.
Yeah, man. Well, just to say, like, right along with that, Jacqueline, it was so much fun being on that show with you. You were a tremendous person to play in a tabletop game with, and I cannot wait to get back to that show.
It was a joy to play with you as well, and I think that just like RPGs are beautiful. RPGs are beautiful, and it is beautiful to it is a truly unique and amazing thing to play games with friends and just like go hard, and that is I don't know that's something that's my second thing.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. A great hell yeah from everyone at the Moonshot Podcast Network and our 7,912 upcoming seasons of Riley Hopkins and their amazing friends.
Yeah.
Juliet.
As someone
No,
who's
please.
about to dip their toe into actual play stuff, remind me to reach out about some pointers, because I got a couple of projects in the pipeline, he says corporately.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. Juliet, I am looking once again to you and your lovely PowerPoint. What do we got? What's your second thing? Hit us.
Hopefully exciting, but also hopefully shorter. A thing that I got to experience for the first time this May for our Moonaissance Fair charity stream, a game run by our very own PB Sunny Rocks. Is that the Yeah. Our very own PB, which was Blood on the Clock Tower. That was a really interesting first experience, and since then I have been slowly ticking away, learning more and more about this really interesting social deduction game. And I want to especially say that I think my favorite thing are the Twitch streams and then like the YouTube videos of a stream and YouTube. The username is Arif_A_. Uh, just like a really really easy, intuitive to remember. The best vibes of any of I know a lot of people really really like the like no rules barred stuff and a lot of the in person kind of like live video ones, but the Arif streams are all like everybody playing in the digital client, and the people like know each other and know the game enough to be like kind of a good balance of silly with it and actually doing social deduction. And it's very fun. And in a year where I've had to stop watching Minecraft videos and everything, Blood on the Clock Tower videos are really fun. There's a lot of really great backlog, and you can learn a whole lot about stuff. And there's like a really good balance amount of like silly furry nonsense
Oh,
character folk in mixed in with like other like I think there's a really nice balance of like normie folk, online folk, silly furry online folk like balanced together there in a great way. And if you're like me and you miss some like etho and b-dubs in your life, I recommend Arif and Hob as great folks in Blood in the Clock Tower, who Arif's always on the top and Hob's always in the third seat. Anyways, check out Arif_A_ Blood on the Clock Tower streams and YouTube videos. They're basically always good if Eric's the storyteller or if George is the storyteller. They're a great time. And social deduction games, turns out they're kind of fun. I'm not a huge Among Us fan personally, just like everyone has different tastes. And I kind of like that Blood on the Clock Tower doesn't involve like Twitch action
Yeah.
survival, and there's more. I really really like how much focus there is on like quote death is not the end. There's lots of characters who have abilities that happen specifically when you die one way or another way, and like you still have a vote and you still have like a lot of social cred because they know that you're not the demon because you're dead, so you get like the council of the dead stuff and everything. But yeah, that's my second thing this year because it's a thing that I ended up spending. I did not know I was gonna really like this game, and I think I really like this game. Yeah.
Blood on the Clock Tower rules.
Yeah, I was gonna say, PB, I'm
so
looking at you
happy
because I know you're a
that I
tremendous
was
fan
able
as
to
well.
pass those brainworms on to someone else. Like that was me with Clock Tower content more last year than this year, but like still some this year. And it's just such a thing I'm so happy exists in the world and is slowly spreading and getting more popular and more. I've seen it show up in like more and more like different social circles with someone saying, "Oh yeah, I was playing some Blood on the Clock Tower." It's just it's a rather intense game to learn, but once you do, it is such a good time.
Yeah, and there's so many like pieces of good game design in it. That I think is one of the things that really tickles me. I enjoy when I encounter something and I'm like, wait a minute, there's like interesting actual like depth designed into something. I really appreciate that in the world, and it's a nice thing.
Yeah.
And that's my second thing of 2025.
I'll say Blood in the Clock Tower just to like. I also appreciate that you can play it with strangers pretty easily. The first time I played it was with Emma. The first time I met Emma in person at MagFest, and it was Emma and a couple of Emma's friends who I hadn't met, and just some other strangers who were playing the round at MagFest. And I would not play like Among Us like that. To your point, like that's a game for people you already know, and that's on a good day even. But hell yeah. Martin, number
The
2
Travis
for you.
McElroy approach.
Yeah, exactly. Martin, Travis McElroy has been invoked. A Travis McElroy moon hangs above you now. Give us your second thing.
Can you put up my first slide that I sent you?
You sent me 2 images that I believe were for the same item, correct?
Yes, the first one that has like the 5 covers on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
So I read a lot of comics this year. I actually tried to guesstimate, crunch the numbers today. I think I've read over 1,000 single issues of comics this year.
Okay.
And it turns out when you start making a Batman podcast, a lot of those single issues are going to be about Batman. So I have picked out some Batman comics that I read this year or reread in the case of one of these, and haven't stopped thinking about since. The first one being Arkham City: Order of the World by Dan Watters. I've read this 3 times this year because I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. It is kind of a response to Grant Morrison's Arkham Asylum. It is about, like, in the mainline Batman comics at a fairly recent point, like, something happened to Arkham and it blew up, whatever. It is about a doctor at Arkham who is going throughout the city, like, looking for her patients in the wake of, like, Arkham being destroyed because she's like, they are not well, like, they shouldn't be out on the streets, I need to help them. And you kind of, like, and it's all, like, C and D list Batman villains. Like, the only, like, name recognizable villain I would say is, like, the Mad Hatter. Like, the Joker is not in this, Scarecrow is not in this. It's really, really, really good. It is a standalone, like, 7 issues, and I would recommend it even to people who don't think they like Batman, because Batman does not appear in it.
Yeah.
It is a really, like, interesting take on a bunch of villains who kind of, like, haven't been used or relevant since the 80s. Like, the main, like, costume villain in it is the Ten-Eyed Man, who nobody's ever heard of, and I love him so much. And it's really good. And it's basically just, like, about, like, it digs really deep into just, like, what is it like to be a doctor at Arkham Asylum? Just like a normal person who works there and, like, has to interface with the patients. On the complete other hand, I read all 100 issues of Azrael Agent of the Bat this year.
Cool.
I don't know that I would recommend it, but I think that he's a fascinating character in that a lot of people know him as, like, the guy who took over for Batman and did, like, a shitty job at being Batman because he killed people. A lot of people don't know that he has a 100-issue comic of what happened to him after that and how he is, like, kind of dog shit at everything and keeps getting hit by cars and struck by lightning.
The Marn.
Yeah.
Like, literally he is the most Marn guy alive.
Yeah.
There's, like, something so wrong with him.
Like somehow a comic character who would fit in, like, the nice guys, Bad Times at the El Royale, just, like, the kind of guy who would somehow fit in a lot of other. I'm just listing the Marn media that come to mind. Please continue.
And it's extra funny because it's like he is trying to operate as a vigilante in a city where everybody hates his ass because he did such a bad job at being Batman.
Awesome.
Like, there are just, like, scenes where he tries to, like, show up and be like, hey, do you guys have, like, any hero work for me to be doing? And everyone's like, go away, we hate your ass. I read like the past 10 years and change of Detective Comics this year. That was, like, my big project, quote unquote, for reading comics. I read, like, 2008 up through present day of Detective Comics, and I just picked out 2 runs that I really enjoyed. I really like Paul Dini's run. Paul Dini, you know him, he wrote a bunch of Batman the Animated Series. Harley Quinn is, like, his cool original character that everybody likes so much she got to be in the comics. He wrote his own run on Detective Comics, and it's really good. I liked it a lot. Zatanna is in it a lot because he loves Zatanna. He does a thing where he, like, so he there's an interesting thing going on in his run where the writer who worked on Detective Comics right before him, because Detective Comics changes hands a lot for people who don't know. It's like one writer will write, like, 10 to 20 issues, and then they'll pass it off to the next person. Unless you're like Ram V and you want to write like a big epic that takes 3 years. The writer who came before Paul Dini did a arc that was basically a hitman has come into Gotham and killed off a bunch of the major villains. So it's like, okay, can't use the ventriloquist, can't use Scarecrow, like Two-Face is out of the picture right now. And so Paul Dini further like one-ups this by saying, I'm going to have in my arc, the Riddler and the Penguin are both doing face turns. They're not villains anymore. Oh. So a lot of it is like, he is like just coming up with new villains for Batman who like then will go on to like become more iconic villains that like other writers will use, and it's really interesting to see the genesis of that. Wow, and then also he's like bringing back old villains that like nobody either had like thought about, or they were supposed to be dead, or like only their writers gave a shit about them, and being like, well, what can I do with them, and like what are they doing here? It's really good. It's also the I started reading it because it's the arc where the Riddler becomes a private detective and he's like competing with Batman to solve crimes. And I got a lot out of it. Heart of Hush is in that, and it made me enjoy Hush as a character because Paul Dini writes him like a Looney Tunes villain. And it's just good. It's fucking good Batman. There's a single issue in there that I think a lot about, which is just like Robin runs into the Joker on Christmas and has like a long harrowing car ride, like trapped in a stolen car with the Joker. And it like isn't tied into any plot stuff. That's just like the whole issue.
Which Robin is that?
Tim Drake.
Okay.
That is firmly in Tim Drake.
You know,
Batman, yeah.
You know, homie, you gotta ask these things.
So this is like that. Paul Dini's run is like right before Batman died and Dick Grayson took over as Batman, and like literally in like the last couple issues there's an editor's note that's like, he hasn't died yet, ignore everything else that's happening in the comics.
Love that.
Don't fucking worry about it. A more recent Detective Comics run that I really liked is Mariko Tamaki's run on Detective Comics from, I don't know, the 2010s, I think. It's less recent than I think it is, but it's always more recent than I assume. This arc is Bruce has lost Wayne Manor. It gets like taken from him by the state. Basically, it's a whole thing, and he is like living in a brownstone in Gotham without like any of his usual like Batcave shit, and it's just kind of like forced to deal with that, and also like having neighbors who like want to get to know him and be in his business, and I just really enjoyed it. I like Mariko Tamaki's writing a lot. She just like comes up with ordinary people who feel like they have always existed in the Batman comics. The last, second to last, I have another slide that's just one thing. The last full run that I read that I would recommend to people is Dark Victory, which is the sequel to Batman The Long Halloween, which I never read until... I had read The Long Halloween. I had never read Dark Victory until this year. I reread The Long Halloween, and I was like, I should read Dark Victory. I bet that's good, and I would like to know what happens in the fucking sequel to The Long Halloween. It's really good. I can't tell you a lot of the things I like about it because it will spoil it for you, but it's basically like, hey, what happens to Gotham in the fallout of The Long Halloween? Like, the head of the Falcone mob is dead, and Two-Face is here now. And also, Dick Grayson's parents die, and Robin is there now as well. A lot is happening to Batman, and also he has to take care of a kid. My last recommendation is a single issue of comics that came out this year that made me feel physically ill and ruined my mood for the rest of the day after I read it.
Awesome.
This is issue 12 of Absolute Batman, Abomination Part 4. It is the middle part of the Bane arc that they did, and it is absolutely fucking harrowing to read. The issue before this is sort of part and parcel with this, in that the issue before this is a long monologue by Alfred basically saying, like, here is how Bane is going to ruin your life and, like, systematically tear you apart. But also, Bane knows that you don't care about that, so he's going to do that to your friends. basically. And it is like Scott Snyder showing you, like, disassembling the gun in front of you and showing you every part of the gun, and then Abomination is him firing the gun.
Okay, yeah.
This issue is like all of Bruce Wayne's friends who are in this canon, like Oz Cobblepot, Harvey Dent, Edward Nygma, Waylon Jones, get physically brutalized and made into the supervillains they will become, and you see all of it happen on panel, and it fucked me up for the rest of the day. These are like the least gory panels of what happens to them that I can show you on this stream.
That sounds like it kicks ass. I gotta be real.
It is absolute. Yeah, it kicks ass. It's absolutely brutal. I highly recommend it. Absolute Batman is awesome.
Yep. No, that kicks ass.
100%.
All right. To keep shimmying, Pad, the rotation returns to you.
Oh my god.
For thing number 2.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and also do a media that I'm a little bit insane about. Yeah, I'm
sense that tells me
I'm
which
watching you pull up these
images to
images.
load
Yep.
onto the studio mode. Yeah.
So, a bunch of us have been experiencing a lot of adaptations of Death Note this year.
Uh-huh.
Did you know there was a musical? Because I've
heard that there was. You've seen it now?
I have. Yeah, hey. It's way better than it has any right to be. It kind of fixes the ending. And also you can see by the images I've chosen, it heavily features both Yuri and Yaoi. What more could you ask for?
Oh, hell yeah.
What if you had a homoerotic tennis match and you sung about it? The makeup on the Shinigami, both Ryuk and Rem, is really, really good. You see Rem there. You still get the tennis scene. You get Misa being crucified. It's really good. I made a letterbox to log this movie.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, so you've also watched the Death Note movies recently. Is this like high and above those in every way for you?
In every way I care about, yes. I think there are certain like moments that got adapted better in the movies, but I think this is an overall better product. I don't know that it makes sense. Like, you have to be already a fan of the media. I don't think this is a good introduction to Death Note. But if you already are on board, this is a great time.
How much Red Hot Chili Peppers is in the musical?
None, which is
I'm
a
out.
downside.
I'm out.
But yeah, I couldn't find a good like quick version of it to have them pull up, and also we've been going for almost 3 hours. But go look up. You can just search Death Note musical playing his game. That song rules.
The erotic tension between the two of them just from knowing there's a song called "Playing His Game," like I already, it's already there.
Fucking rips, Jay.
Yeah, it goes crazy.
They're on a turntable playing tennis.
It's about Minecraft.
Yeah.
And it reads like, if you're listening to it in English, it reads like they're planning a date.
What do you mean reads like? They are. Look at. Ellen
It
Kira
talks
should
about
always look
wanting
like
to
they're
learn
playing.
their
They're
likes
playing a date.
and dislikes, wanting to learn their patterns, like their favorite foods. It just keeps going. And also, like, Ryuk is great. I didn't expect, like, they do some great things on the stage adaptation with Ryuk being invisible, and there's some great comedy in that. And yeah, I really like this.
I love getting stage representation. I love getting unusual adaptation representation. I also just love I just love what's her name? The Shinigami that's not Ryuk? Rem. I love
Rem.
Rem's whole look there. Like she's just I don't know, man. There's something about it.
Big moments for lovers of tragic Yuri.
I can see it. You can see it. Fabulous. PB, we return to the PB PowerPoint. Tell us about Rhythm Doctor.
Hell yeah. Rhythm Doctor is a rhythm game, as you might guess. And actually, if you can just pull up the YouTube video I sent you, it's just like the 1 minute trailer that they put out for their full release this year.
Give me 1 minute and I can do that. Oh, that is a little bit out of frame to where it should be. Okay, I believe we're good.
Damn, and then we can watch the
Everything
entire
in this
big short
trailer,
after.
including text and cuts, is a piece of unbroken gameplay footage. Nothing from start to end has been edited in an external program at all. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And if you double it, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right here. When you get to this part, you hit the button. That's it. Like that. Just like that. Yeah.
Sometimes I'm angry, I'm not doing better than. Take me back to my dreams before the sunset on me. When you're out and wild, you're passing
S plus. Good job.
So yeah, Rhythm Doctor is a rhythm game I've been following for a few years. I actually originally got into the studio that made its other game, Dance of Ice and Fire, which would also deserve a spot on this list if it had something major happen this year, which is also a one-button rhythm game. But I don't know, if you're anything like me, you probably like tried Guitar Hero, had some fun with it, but like managing all the other buttons and the rhythms was, I don't know, I never got very good at it. I played other rhythm games, I've had a lot of fun with them, but I definitely struggle with them. I really have to work to get decent at them. And Rhythm Doctor is still a struggle, but it's literally just counting. It's literally just rhythms. You're just hitting the 7th beat out of 8 most of the time. They do change it up a few times. Sometimes you're just hitting off beats. But yeah, it's very simple. And then it brings some really delightful things. So if we can go back to the slideshow, Jay.
Yep, we're there. Oh, sorry, we're not there
Again, I
in the
have my
call, but
pros
we
and
are there on stream. There we go.
Again, we have our pros and cons. Pros, first of all, music is great. You know, that's pretty par for the course for a rhythm game, but definitely worth saying, like, I enjoy the music a lot. I don't mind replaying the levels because the music is good. I'll also say that there are a good number of songs that have vocals from characters in the game, and it works, which is not something you always get from rhythm games, but it's not just instrumentals. There are some songs with vocals singing about what is happening. Again, you've only got one button to worry about, and it's supposed to be spacebar, but really it's any button on your keyboard works. So like if you need to go fast, you can even hit multiple buttons and that will just count as hitting the same button, or you can just be slamming your spacebar. There's also a couple really fun surprises that I will not spoil, but if you play this game, there are a couple moments that this game has that do something that I have never had a video game do to me before, which is delightful, just utterly delightful. And also, I don't know, I really enjoy the characters. The characters are cute. There's not like a ton to them, but the story's still decent as far as like a rhythm game goes. It's quite good. Just about working at a horribly underfunded hospital, which is trying to outsource everything to interns like you who can't communicate with the characters there. Downsides, rhythm games are hard. You're gonna have to play the same level multiple times. Thankfully, most of the levels in the game don't have like any like amount of failure where you get kicked out, but you do need to hit a certain amount of success to proceed, and there are a few boss levels where you can lose early. So getting stuck and grinding on those can be a little frustrating. That's, part of the genre though, and it's really, really satisfying when you beat a level that you didn't think you were capable of a couple hours ago. Also, another con, the game's done. They're not going to be putting out more content. For the last several years, it was like, oh, hey, they put up another act. I can go and replay all the Rhythm Doctor in the new act. And now I don't get to do that anymore. So that's definitely a downside. Also, there are birds in the hospital. That's just completely unsanitary. They carry so many diseases. I don't care that they're cute. Also, they make some of the hardest, they're in some of the hardest zones in the game. And the plot is a little on the nose. It's not like perfect writing. It's not like Misericord level writing, but I don't know what you expect from your rhythm games, but the fact that this one has a plot that functions at all is still pretty solid in my book. Yeah, that's Rhythm Doctor.
That kicks ass. I didn't know. The one button rhythm game thing is cool. I really liked Crypt of the Necrodancer back when that game first came out, because in that one it was a rhythm game where you were just, the rhythm was all based around like the D-pad, like just the 4 arrow keys on your keyboard.
I have watched my wife become like incredibly good at that game, because that game is really fucking hard.
Yeah.
And she got way too good at that game. I never got particularly good at it. They did put out a sequel, I think, this year.
Yeah.
Rhythm of the Necrodancer, which is like more of a traditional rhythm game.
Yeah.
But you still have to deal with enemy patterns, just more in a Guitar Hero sort of setting.
Mm-hmm.
Do recommend that game as well. That game is also quite good.
Yeah, what I was going to say about...
also has... Oh, go ahead, Jay.
No, what I was going to say about that, though, is like, that game to me has a similar thing where, I love a rhythm game, but sometimes having the input be something that is a little more like, not even intuitive, but just a little more limited in a way that gets you more into the music. I think there's really something to that, and this definitely seems like the next level of that. I think that's neat.
Yeah, I would say it goes the completely opposite direction of Crypt. Crypt, you're playing a rhythm game to service other things, and you don't have to, you have to think about 7 different things, and then also trying to stay on the beat. Whereas this game, like, literally the only thing is stay on the beat.
Awesome.
So it kind of goes in the opposite direction.
The level editor is also crazy. Like, that whole trailer was made
great.
with the level editor.
Oh, God. Yeah, that's actually really impressive.
A couple of the fun surprises are things that you can also just do with the level with the level editor.
Yeah.
I know this is very guy who's only seen Boss Baby voice, but how Rhythm Heaven is it?
I have not played Rhythm Heaven. I know I would love Rhythm Heaven if I played it, but I think it is moderately Rhythm Heaven.
I would say less than you think, but more than you would expect just from seeing it, like that 1-minute clip of it.
Cool.
Yeah, it's like if one Rhythm Heaven mini game was the whole game. Or maybe 2 or 3 different Rhythm Heaven mini games more.
Yeah, they can kind of iterate.
Okay.
Cool. Freaking, yeah, I love that. Not the only rhythm game on someone's My 3 Things. We'll hear from Riley's list eventually. Hell yeah. This had completely flown under my radar, so I'm really glad you threw it in, because now this is something I'm definitely going to try and make some time for at some point soon. Speaking of several more things to make time for, Theo, we return now to your grid.
And don't worry, I'll be rapid firing this baby. Let me know when I'm live.
You are live, Theo. Tell us what's up with objectivism. It's Theo's here to talk to us about objectivism, their second 3 thing.
So media purism, you're just telling people, for your 3 things, you're pulling from pieces of media you have consumed over the course of the year. Objectivism, as long as it is a physical object you can touch and show someone, like most pieces of media. it would count for this category. These would be acceptable picks for your 3 things. One you might bring up in a general audience, Loft House cookies, which I discovered this year. If you don't know what those are, you know how when you go to like the grocery store or the Target, and there are those like cookies in the deli or the deli zone, where it's like kind of sugar, like the soft pillowy sugar cookie with the icing and the sprinkles on it, and they're always like really bright contrasting colors, and your caveman brain goes unga bunga, that must be delicious, even as you consciously know it's gonna taste like pure sugar and chemicals, but you nonetheless get it, eat all of them, and feel bad for 5 days afterward. Loft House cookies are the homemade version of that, and they are actually what those in the store think they are. And they are shockingly easy to make. They are basically like really straightforward butter cookies and like a cheating buttercream frosting. I made them for my cat sitter last time me and Riss were out of town, and she texted that they were so good she wanted to save them for when her parents came to visit, like in the future, but unfortunately because they weren't the Target version, they didn't have enough preservatives to last that long. So Loft House cookies, really fucking good. My Some Strings Attached is my signed physical poster of Sonic in the State of Denmark. Now, Sonic in the State of Denmark in general could fill a lot of squares on this list. I've decided to make it represented by, the fact I have behind me a poster of art that Riley commissioned and I edited into an Xbox One frame so it would look like a video game cover, and then got signed by Roger Craig Smith and Ben Schwartz at the same convention. I stood in a hot convention hall in my Sonic onesie for hours to get Craig Smith's. It was so fucking hot, and I was having to carry Riss's Amy hammer. Anyway, it's totally worthwhile. I don't know how you would explain this to most people, but it's also cool enough that there's a certain overlap that I'm still proud to show it off to. And in terms of sickos only, a house. Don't own a house. There's so much work involved. It's a scam. It's a wonderful scam. I love having a house, but damn, house maintenance have hands. Now that leaves the final category, which is thank you, Andrew. I know you understand.
Yeah, how's that roof look?
My roof right now is doing all right, but I did wake up this morning to discover, like, briefly worried, shit, I'm gonna have to find an HVAC guy because my thermostat is like 10 degrees lower than it should be. But I think just sometimes need to use the M heat. No, I think it was just because a lot of the house is open floor. Like I think it just struggles to keep up. It's all good. But yeah, owning a house really fucking stressful, but also worth it. So experiential radicalism. This is where, fuck physical evidence of what I enjoyed this year. You will have to trust the narrative I have constructed about it, the memory I now share with you. For example, my generally recommended example, adopting cats this year.
I thought this was going to be your third. Yeah, this was going to be your third set of 3. We're on round 2.
Yeah, you can't skip ahead to your 7th of 3 things.
Unless you like need to leave and so need to do the rest of these now. But I did not hear you say that was the case. If that was the case.
I thought, okay, I was doing all of ours so we could leave. I thought that was what was happening up to this point.
No, only Mac.
We're going in order, buddy.
Only Mac did that. You're good.
Can I do those? Because I would like to go sleep.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. And then if you have 2 more sets of 9 to get through, definitely let's do it now.
This is part 1 of my 7-volume series. No, adopting cats. I adopted Oreo and Mephiles back in February. They're wonderful and cute, and I love having them around. They are sleeping somewhere. Some Strings Attached. Going to the North Carolina State Fair on edibles was a phenomenal experience. Some people would probably have a panic attack, so I can't recommend it across the board. But it was just transcendent. I had a London broil sandwich. I went on the Ferris wheel and briefly got vertigo. Me and Riss won a Shadow plushie. And we ate like a fucking plate of sweet churro nachos, and they were like a churro funnel cake. That's what it was. And it was fucking the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. And now we come to the final square here. I can't say quadrant, tridrant. The final tridrant here. An experience that I can only recommend if you share the deep darkness within my soul. Something I valued this year. I actually did a little bit of it in 2024 as well, but it really started coming into it in 2025. for me, the ultimate experiential radicalism moment for only sickos. Oh fuck! Running a podcast.
There we go. There it
Only
is.
do a podcast if you're a pervert.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyway,
That's
that
how
is
you
my
keep
3
the
things.
dark
Thank you.
urges at bay.
Yeah.
That
Now,
is me. Thank you very much.
Theo, I have one question for you. Would you say ultimately that your 3 things are generally recommended, some strings attached, and sickos only, or are your 3 things media purism, objectivism, not that one, and experiential radicalism? I'm making you choose.
That's a very good question. I think my 3 things are the 100-line Last Defense Academy, Loft House Cookies, and running a podcast. No further questions.
Based. Sickos only, having dominance in a way that honestly I would expect nothing less of you. That rules. All right. Perfect.
With that, I'm going to excuse myself. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for joining us,
Have a
Theo.
good night.
Good night.
All right, Andrew. We're moving from one PowerPoint to another. I see the big video game, the video game of the year. It's Jeff Keighley's favorite game of the year. Andrew, you and Jeff Keighley have the same opinions.
Listen, here's the deal. I know that Expedition 33 swept the Game Awards. It's not that bad. It is better than sweeping the Game Employees Awards would imply. Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is one of my favorite games of the year that dropped. I had a lot of games that I liked this year. Shout out to Disco Pup as my other like sleeper pick for game of the year. That one's a little weird one. But Expedition 33 is a game I really enjoyed. It is a game where you play as a group of 32-year-olds because in your world, the oldest someone can be is 33. Every year, a clock ticks down, eliminating one more generation of people above them. And in this world, the oldest group of people sails across the sea into a vast wilderness of another continent to try and make their way to the paintress who signals their doom every year. As a 32-year-old, this game hit home. And I gotta say, it is a really good throwback to old school JRPGs and old school RPGs as a whole. It is, each of the characters is interesting, well realized, has a fun gameplay mechanic attached to them, and gets some really good depth in their character. I was really surprised at how deep the game went onto each of the characters and how much I cared about them all by the end of this. I usually step away from RPGs liking maybe 2 characters, and then the rest of the party is like, they serve to make the other characters look good. This game lets you get, every character really gets a hand on the ball and looks good and is fun, a fun core part of the experience. And at the end of the day, on top of everything else, this game kind of changed some of my mental chemistry. I found myself thinking to myself, for those who come after, which is like kind of the arc words of the game. It is this world has existed this way for like 60 years. There have been 60 expeditions before Expedition 33. It started with like 0, then 99, I guess, then counted down. And the party has a real baked in ethos of like, we are here to, if we're not going to fix this problem ourselves, and the evidence of the 66 expeditions that happened before us is pretty solid evidence that we won't, everything that we can do is in the service of those who come after. And that is a very, sometimes you get something that is just a quick and easy little I don't know, vocal stem or just like mental phrase that lodges its way in your brain and really helps you make better choices in your life as you think for those who come after. I don't know. I think it's a great game. I think that it's a important story and a really fun one that gets into some levels that I never saw the twists coming as the acts went by, and I really enjoyed it. And beating a boss and getting loot from it at the end of Act 2 of this game the loot that you get and the description of what the item is, and the way that it breaks the game wide open is one of the coolest experiences I've had in gaming in a very long time. I don't really want to spoil what it is, but it like completely fundamentally changes the game on its head as you realize that moving into Act 3, things are about to get wild.
Yeah, that's
That
awesome.
sounds so cool.
I have
so cool.
the thing that struck me is that like every time I've seen it played, the art design goes so hard. Like the enemies look crazy. It really does. Like French Persona gets tossed around, and like it is worth like I yesterday actually had a conversation with someone about like, you know, you could probably point to some things that like JRPGs have been doing for a while that some people are now only gonna think of this game doing because some of those people haven't played those games. And I think that's like an interesting like, that's not like a condemnation of the game, it's just like an interesting thing that you get into with it. But with that, like, it seems like they've learned a lot from those games, and you said it being like, you know, a kind of an homage or like a really like constructive riff on a lot of those old school RPG things. And I think it is really cool as a riff on all those things, and that's true about everything I know about the gameplay. The fact that I've heard people compare like, yeah, it's like Paper Mario a little bit about a game that's this, you know? The fact that like the creatures look like if you took some of the more fucked up Persona monsters and like painted them with a realist eye and a paintbrush, you'd kind of get what some of the stuff in this game looks like. Like, I think as far as genres of game that are from dominantly one culture in the world getting emulated in another part of the world by different people from a different background, like Clair Obscur is really cool in terms of steps forward in how we evolve our genres and where they come from and how we like digest them and make new things that iterate on them. Kicks ass.
Yeah, I the game just rules. All the characters are great, all the stories are great, and it wears, as you're saying, it wears all of those like inspirations on its sleeve. Like this is a game that just drops for Xanarkand into its score like every once in a while.
It's gonna kill me.
The game knows what it knows what it's doing, and it knows what it's pulling on. Like
I've heard that this is like the best new Final Fantasy X game in a long time, and as a like huge specific fan of Final Fantasy X, I'm like, wow, yeah, I can see from the little I've seen and hearing that is
Juliet, I'm making eye contact and fist bumping from across the room. 1,000,000%.
I think that this game gets a little like, not necessarily overglazed, but like weirdly glazed because the last couple Final Fantasies have been bad.
Sure.
And so people are like, finally they made a good JRPG again. And what they mean is that like someone else made a good Final Fantasy, and people can talk about how people talk about the JRPG genre till the cows come home. But this is a good game despite how people talk about it.
Yeah.
It's way better than a game that people talk about the way that they talk about it and that wins all the awards at the Game Awards. You know, it is better than its bona fides would imply.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
It absolutely does.
Jay, are we on to your second one?
We're on to me, and then I have in mind who I want to hear from our other people before we go into our final round. Folks, I want to talk about the movies for a minute. And I'm not I'm not gonna like go through here and like list every movie I saw this year, but what I want to do for this one is my second thing really is I've been going to the movie theater a lot more this year, and I want to talk about that experience for a minute. End of last year, I moved to a town where I am in walking distance of 2 movie theaters. One of them is a really big Regal, it has like 24 screens, and the other one is like a grant funded and public support funded like arts theater that does, you know, sometimes they'll have new stuff. They had Sinners in 70mm. They had One Battle After Another in 70mm. But they'll also do, you know, they just did like a whole series of Akira Kurosawa samurai movies. did a whole run of David Lynch movies after he died earlier this year. They did like a bunch of 4K restorations of older stuff. Sometimes Netflix movies that are big deals will get screenings there. So just between those two, I've ended up seeing a lot of movies in theaters this year. And, like, you can take a book anywhere. You usually play a video game in your living room, but maybe you put it on a Steam Deck or a Switch and you take it on the train or the bus or whatever. Movies, you can still go see a live concert, but even that has a lot of different like places you can see that in, whether it's like someone's basement or a huge venue or whatever. I really like soaking in a movie in the theater. This is such a basic, like, have you guys heard like going for a walk is cool? Like, this is such a basic thing, but truly this year I've really been reminded like how special it is to go somewhere, sit down in the dark with a bunch of strangers and just like absorb a story and whatever, like the craft that goes into it, actors you like everything about it for a couple hours, and then like wander back out into the world after that. It's been really cool to do because like at the big, like I went and saw Sinners in theaters. Martin, you and I went and saw Weapons in theaters at a theater in Baltimore. Me and Weaver, a friend of the network, Weaver, who lives in the same area I do, we'll go and see something once in a while. And we had an insane night where we went and did a double feature of the Chainsaw Man movie and One Battle After Another. We took an edible, saw the Chainsaw Man movie, which is on its own like so much more of an actual goddamn film than I expected it to be. I loved it. Soaked that up, went and got Five Guys, came back, saw One Battle After Another, which is like a movie where Leonardo DiCaprio is a stoned dad and washed up former like vigilante revolutionary who the military is trying to hunt down his daughter for reasons that are plot related, and it is about the military like occupying the city he lives in and him having to deal with it and his kid having to deal with it, and it's a crazy action movie. It's Leonardo DiCaprio, Benicio del Toro, everyone's running around. It's awesome. But it's also like a movie about like military occupation in America that came out in 2025. And that me and Weaver saw just outside of Washington, D.C. in 2025. And so we come out of the theater at like 1 a.m. and there are National Guard and Marines all over the plaza outside the theater. And the reason for that is because there's a Marine marathon run the next day. We didn't know that at the time. We just knew we just spent 2 hours seeing what we saw and now this is happening. And we got home fine, but it was just this insane night where we go in and see this movie that like really rattles us and affects us after seeing another movie that was just, balls to the wall, awesome hype. And then we just have to like walk back out into the world, and the world is mirroring the thing we've just been in there seeing in ways we never expected. And it just like, I said this to him and I'll say it again. It's something I know he and I are going to be talking to each other about when we're like old. Like, it's just one of those things. And there is something about going into a theater, sitting down, not knowing like what little way the world outside you might have changed when you leave, that just really hit for me. And I don't know. I don't need to list every movie I saw. I saw some 4Ks of anime releases. I saw big movies, small movies. I saw a couple releases of the first few episodes of some anime at the Regal, and I don't know, go to the fucking movie theater and see a movie. Get a ticket for something you haven't seen, you haven't even heard of. It's a fun thing to do. It rules. Don't buy an $8 soda. You can smuggle your own in really easily. That's the movies.
Yeah. Somehow heartbreak feels good in a place like that.
Somehow it feels fucking good. But yeah, that's my movie minute. Paddington, you have the Alexandrites as 3 things, and Jacqueline, I believe you have Riley. I would love to tap the two of you to let's ping pong it like we did before. We'll start, Pat. I think I said your name first. Let's hear about Claudia and let's hear about Riley, or the Alexandrites, and let's hear about Riley.
Yeah. So like us, their first item is Peak. Quoting them, our game of the year. Just an astoundingly fun and immersive experience. I came close to tears seeing the top of the volcano for the first time. A hidden gem that becomes unhidden.
Hell yeah.
Um,
Jacqueline, what's Riley got?
yeah. Riley, the first thing on Riley's list is Unbeatable. This is a game that came out last week, and it's hard to say it's a game of the year when what it is the game of my life. This game is messy, it's paced weird, it's stumbling at times, but it's so fucking full of heart. It has energy, it has love, and you can fucking feel it. It's one of those things that are so earnest that if I think about it too hard, I burst into tears. It's a narrative rhythm game. It is a story. You play songs to go into fights and big set pieces that go in and out of rhythm game tracks in the game. One of the characters talk about how sometimes things are too polished, strip away too much. It's like how restorations of art will sometimes scrape away paint with the dirt. And even more than that, some things paint with dirt. It's important. I just think the game encapsulates that so well. If I was 18 and played this, I would never think about anything else.
Hell yeah.
Cool. Yeah. We should now be back. Nobody worry about that. I was loading something up for Jacqueline's third thing that I'm no longer loading up. No one ever gets to see that.
But just to be on the safe side and for the VOD and everything, we're going to start over at the very beginning with the first
Call
things.
Mac again.
You
call
know what?
Theo
Actually,
again.
I'm really sleepy.
Get back on the line.
Oh
This
my
is our
God.
weird time loop thing that we've decided it to be a
Oh my God.
3.5 hour each loop.
Pad, I think we were just about to do the Alexandrite second thing, or possibly had just gotten into it. I kind of blacked out the last minute of what just happened. Would you like to go ahead and hit number 2 for the Alexandrites?
I would. It is the book One of Us Knows by Alyssa Cole. One of the most interesting, empathetic, and astonishingly accurate depictions of DID I've ever seen in any media written by a singlet. Completely bonkers third act, but one I barely even think about amidst a sea of moments that made me do the meme of Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the TV. A must-read for plurals.
Yeah, I've heard that come up in our circles a couple times lately, and it's been on my to-read list for a while. I just want to back that shout out. Jacqueline.
So, Dragon Ball Daima. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I speak Dragon Ball like a language. I love Dragon Ball in all of its formats, and Toriyama's work has literally been with me through my entire life. Daima is a show that he was just consulting on, and then kept having more and more ideas until he fully came on board. He died before it was fully released. Daima is a de-aged Goku and friends going on a lower power adventure that ramps up through everything. It makes Super Saiyan 3 cool again, it introduces Super Saiyan 4, it has a theme by fucking Zed, and most importantly, it's a victory lap. It is, and this is obvious, but it bears repeating, it is the guy who made Goku going on one last ride with his guy, going through an amazing adventure. It is funny, it is Goku looking cool as fuck, it is tight, it is charming, it is joyous, and it's the last thing I'll see with Toriyama's direct hands on it. Morning till we fucking join you, brother.
That's the guy who made Goku, baby.
That's the guy that made Goku.
Goku's dad.
That's Goku's dad. Hey, Pat, what do the Alexandrites have to follow up Goku with?
Why they had bottom surgery.
Oh, well, that ranks.
There are no words that can convey how much better we feel in our body. More comfortable, more carefree, more attractive. We smile so much wider now. The recovery was really rough, but it was so fucking worth it. Vaginoplasties are a technical miracle. Gender-affirming care is life-saving.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
And what to follow that up with, but of course, My Hero Academia. What is there to say about My Hero that hasn't already said? The thing I need to tell you is that it is just that good. These are Riley's words. During the boss stream, Andrew showed me episodes 1, 2, and 3 of the 8th season. I got obsessed and started it from the top, and I'm currently 3 episodes from the end. The characters are wonderful, their dynamics are great, the villains are interesting, the powers are sick, and Yuki Hayashi, the composer, is just the best in the fucking business. I will not belabor the point, but it's just that good. It deserves the clout it has. It is amazing.
It was many of us were at the Airbnb for Ground Control when after stream Riley put on a couple pivotal episodes of My Hero and we watched them tear up visibly during the climax of those episodes. I'm very happy they've gotten into My Hero. It's the most Riley show that they've been getting told is a Riley show for years. Andrew, please, whatever you're about to say, go ahead.
No, I was going to talk more about just the stream as a whole rather than this point. So if you got more on this point, feel free to keep going.
No, that was it.
Okay, is my camera dead?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's weird. It's not for me. Anyway, no, I was going to say there's a
You're back.
Not to belabor a point too long, I'm sorry, but on TikTok there's a guy who will do like tier lists of like 6 random things that don't exist together. And he's got a very odd voice, and I'm imagining him doing all these things where he's just like Dragon Ball Z Daima, goated. Bottom surgery, goated. My Hero Academia, booty. Like, I don't know if y'all have seen this guy. It's very fun to watch it. Anyways, goated is all I'm thinking about.
Goated.
I enjoy your rendition quite a bit.
Yeah, you know the guy.
Amazing. I think I've seen him and he will live forever in my heart now. Jacqueline, you don't get a visual because your visual killed OBS. What's your third thing?
My third thing is the beautiful game of Go. This has been my year of diving fully head on into Go. Go, if you don't know, is a few thousand-year-old Chinese board game about trying to get the most territory on a board you can. It's a 2-player game. And this year, I decided I would sort of commit myself to the game, really get into it, and somehow this kind of astonished me when I looked at it like 5 minutes ago because I hadn't realized I've played over 600 games this year, and I spent probably I've been to 5 in-person tournaments. In Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, Connecticut, Maine. I've sort of become addicted to like traveling to Go tournaments, and it's just like it's the beautiful game. It is so incredible, and like it has like genuinely like changed how I feel about like games in a big way and like how I engage with the games. I've started to go to like game clubs, like a local Go club, and just like we just sit there, we barely talk, and we play Go. And it's like such a focused activity that I've never really like of a type that I've never really engaged in before. And it beyond that, it's like incredibly satisfying to play because every single time you lose, you learn. And there's like the phrase that people say all the time, which is like lose your first 100 games as fast as possible. Because that is just like you have to be losing because that's how you see. It's a pure experience game. And through somehow like it I don't know, it's one I've gained like a good amount of personal pride from just like I've gone up like 10 ranks in Go in a big way since starting at the beginning of this year, and that's made me feel like proud of myself in a gaming way, in a way that I haven't in a long time. And beyond that, it's just such a cool world with stories sort of beyond every corner. You can look to Japan, where the 7 grand titles, like the 7 crowns, are currently 5 of them are all being held by one man, the impossible to stop Ichiro Hiryo, who is just like one of the most indomitable Japanese Go players in the world. You can look to Korea, where the 18-year-old Kim Eun-ji recently dethroned the 29-year-old Choi Jong as the greatest Korean women's Go player in her first ever like world title win after coming back from a cheating scandal at age 13 where
Oh.
she used AI during a game and then said, "I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have done that." Um and after being banned for a year, came back and became the best that there is. And you can even look more closer to my home, at least, where Alexander Chi, who is a North American pro who became pro at age 14 in 2022, recently became the first American player to win the World Youth Go Championship at age 17, like last year. There's just so many, like, every single place you look in Go has a story. And it's such an interconnected world that every time I place a stone on the board, I feel like my hand is moving in the after image of 1,000 other Go players, and there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it.
Genuinely
Two
beautiful
things. First of all,
sentiment.
That's
Yeah.
such
rules so
sick
much,
Yeah,
imagery.
that's
Jacqueline,
awesome.
I can hear how genuine you are. I can hear how deeply you feel that, and I can relate to that. Second, what would you say to the allegations that Go is too simple because it has no fog of war, no technology tree, no random map respawn position, only 2 players, and they put the exact same pieces on the same side? How does it compare to Polytopia?
Polytopia is my game, my thing of the year because oh Christ.
Honestly, the way that you're talking about Go is how I felt about Magic back when I was playing it, like, competitively, back when I was
Yes,
grinding
when we get to
events and
my
stuff
third
like
thing,
that.
I'm gonna have a similar thing to say. That's why it hit so close to me too.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Aw.
It's cool that these emotions are, like, also true about a game that's hundreds, thousands of years old too. Like, I don't know, it's cool.
Yeah, people have been loving playing Go since the fucking BCE. Like that's just amazing to me.
Yeah, it's I don't know, it's gotta feel amazing to be like, oh, I've joined this club. Oh, this club has thousands of years, like incredible amounts of history to it, and also like it's I'm being welcomed in by like a legacy of people that is longer than I could have fucking imagined. Like that just sounds like it. I don't know. I'll tell you this, and this goes to like Andrew's point with the Magic, being into Magic as well. Like you are making me think about the fact that there is a game store near me where I live right now that I have thought about joining in some kind of like game night at, whether it's a board game or a card game or whatever. I don't think they do Go, but just like I feel like so much of what you're talking about emphasizes like how amazing that kind of community is when it comes together, and that's fucking awesome.
Competition's
When I
beautiful.
Hell yeah.
I visited England years ago, and when I was there, I went into a pub that on the wall had a sign that said like established in 6. Where we would have plaques that say like 1985. Like and it's wild to think that there's like a game that's the same way where like you get into it and you're like, yeah, so this gambit was first established in like 4, you know? Like people have been iterating on this opener for 2000 years.
History is old.
100%. History is old.
History's fucking old. Oh, Jacqueline, that rips. Genuinely, thank you for like talking so profusely about that. That was like really wonderful. Juliet, I see some kind of foppish person in fancy clothes. Tell me who I'm looking at. What is your third thing?
Yeah, we've got a foppish person in fancy clothes here. Less not as old as Go, but I think also old, and especially in the sense of something that is still wrestled with in there you can get new strategy guides for how to wrestle with this every year and every day. My third thing is Hamlet. The the tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark by Billy Shakes by
By
William
old Bill.
Shakespeare.
Yeah.
A work that I have had I'm going to show my age here. I've had some kind of relationship with for can't be 23 years. But this would make me feel tear up and be a little miserable. This, of course, is Sarah Bernhardt, the first filmed Hamlet, and a friend of Victor Hugo's. So that's a fun connection. A thing that we did this year, and I spent probably an absurd amount of time on, was of course Sonic in the State of Denmark, aka Sonic Hamlet, which I think did the very, very first talks this time last year. And then starting at the beginning of January, so much time and energy poured into this in January, February, March, April, May, June, until our performance at the end of July. And this was a really I'm so enthused about all of the work that everybody put into this, and it was a really great opportunity. It also is keying off of some Hamlet scholarship that I've done over the past a lot of times. Specifically a work that I often call Hamlet et Ophélie, or Hamlet and Ophelia. The idea of putting Horatio's character into Ophelia's character and really focusing on the second and third acts in particular, and losing some of the like magic of the first act, but like really focusing in that way. And Hamlet is still paying dividends in all sorts of ways. Obviously, I have kind of a lifelong obsession with the role. Sarah Bernhardt I thought was great there because a classic Julietism is Hamlet has always been a kind of woman. There's interesting gender things involved with Hamlet, and in addition to spending all this time with Sonic Hamlet, I also wanted to shout out the game Elsinore, the very, very wild, interesting, deep. It's definitely not a visual novel. I don't know how you would describe it. It's a death game, time loop. You play as Ophelia. You're going through things. You're trying to figure out why you keep dying. You can mess with the play of Hamlet in really deep and interesting ways. There's so many mystery things with it, and I've been playing through that and streaming some of that with a friend of mine, and getting to re-experience one of these just like incredible classic texts. Probably, I mean, certainly Shakespeare's best play. Probably the best piece of art from the 1600s, maybe like period. that could be a thing of the century, and getting to really get like elbows like deep into the mess of it, coming up with Sonic in the State of Denmark, like working with everybody and then like producing that and doing that, and then also getting to see what it's like when other people then are working with the work, and also then remembering that other people are doing really cool stuff like Elsinore, and replaying some of that and being like, oh my goodness, all of these things. And every year you can find something new that you didn't know was in the text of Hamlet. And that's why my third special thing for the year 2025 is Hamlet.
Hell
Thank you.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
We could go longer, but
No, yeah.
This Hamlet without 3 sides of soliloquies or textual breakdown.
No, I love seeing like the multiple ways in which Hamlet kind of comes together into be one of the things of the year. I just want to say, and I know Theo's gone. Theo also deserves to hear this because he played the hog himself. But like Sonic Hamlet was really inspiring to watch come together. Like you guys, you know, we have done table reads. We will do more probably, but like that was a production in a whole different way. That was just really cool to see come together. And I feel like speaking as someone who wasn't even involved in it, made me start to ask myself, like, what is something I can do one day that feels a little bit like that? Like, it was really cool watching how excited everyone was at every different part of making that thing. And
it ruled. It was so good.
Hell yeah, Willie Shakes. I will also shout out Hamnet, the movie about like sort of the coming to of the coming about of Hamlet. Is coming out in theaters this weekend. I'm saying that as a little plug to my second thing, but hell yeah.
Sure.
Julie, I've got a question that I promise is a legitimate question.
Yeah.
What percentage of years would you say Hamlet makes your top 3 in some way, shape, or form?
Ooh. Like this year really, really highlighted it though. You know what I mean? Like I spent more time on Hamlet this year than ever.
Yeah.
But also I was a teenager once. In a lot of those years, Hamlet's a gothy little light in a dark tunnel. So okay, yeah, I'd say like if I had lifetime 3 things, you know, if you added up that, like I think a third of the years that I've been alive, Hamlet's been one of my most important things, which is not every year. Like I can go years without being obsessed or doing like obsessive research or scholarship or anything over it. But way more than I think would be average for most. All the rest of you only have like 1 or 2 years that you've been obsessed with Hamlet, right? Like rather than
for sure.
I will say,
I get it. I've got one piece. I get it.
I'll say, Julia, you like I contribute this a lot to you. Hamlet did make it to my like top 10 things of the year when I made my full rankings every experience, even though I've still never seen Hamlet and have only ever experienced Sonic, Hamlet, and Romeo and Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead.
Romeo and Guildenstern.
Yeah, Romeo plus Julia are dead. Yeah, there's something there. But yeah, thank you everyone, and thank you to everyone who's been involved in all of the cool stuff that we did for Sonic, Hamlet, and beyond.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Marn, follow up Shakespeare. Do that right now.
Yeah. I had a lot of thoughts about what my third thing would be. I did not bring an image for this, and you'll shortly see why. This was, if I had to define 2025 as like my year of X, this was the year of playing pretend with my friends. And I think that was like one of the most important and emotionally fulfilling things that I did this year over and over. Like we did fucking at the Interstitial Infinity Cabin retreat, we were gonna play a tabletop game, and we said, okay, well, what if we just play poker and we improv and we play pretend with each other? And that is like a memory that I cherish. Obviously, like Bump in the Night, I did a summer writing challenge with friends, and I said I'm gonna write like basically my equivalent of dropping you into an arc of Detective Comics with a bunch of like characters that I have in my brain, and I'm just gonna like write editor's notes and just like pretend that you're in the middle of reading this comics run with them. And that was kind of like a shared fiction that we decided to participate in together. Me and my roommates threw a Lord of the Rings party where we decorated our whole living room like the Shire, and we did like all of the fucking Hobbit meals, and we watched all the extended edition Lord of the Rings. We did the April Fool's stream where we all just did dead serious PowerPoints about our jobs, and we kind of like lived in that space for a while. I played so many tabletop games. We did Twitch Plays Interstitial. We did even the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire stream where we said, okay, we're all living in the space of we can't leave this stream until we finish Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And like, to step out of kayfabe for a second, I said I want to do the Hanukkah 8 nights of streaming again, but I want to do a frame story, and I want to have it be that like a TV network has taken over Moonshot, and everybody was like, okay, awesome, we're gonna do that, we're gonna film videos, like, and we're gonna support you. And this has just been a year for that. Like, Matt kind of foreshadowed this in talking about Bump in the Night, and like how excited I get to talk to other people about it. And like, I now have several disparate group chats full of people who either want to be on that and like exist in that shared fiction, or have existed in that shared fiction and have ideas about like, here's what I think my character is up to now, like here's what would happen if I were to come back on the show. And I just like, I'm getting emotional. Obviously, I feel very blessed that I live in like a house with people, and I exist in the Moonshot community, and I exist in other communities of like people who are willing to play toys with me. And that's my third thing.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Marn.
Hell fucking yeah.
You deserve
Marn.
all that and more.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say just on like, and spoilers, we one of the last couple people who couldn't be on, who wrote something in, also mentioned the Interstitial Cabin weekend, but just like, that was such a special one where we had plans to record some stuff, but just the fact that the five of, like, this was the Interstitial Infinity crew, the five of us were just kind of able to look at each other and go, yeah, we can turn the mic on and do this extra thing at the drop of a hat and all do it.
Yeah,
and like, you know, not rely on dynamics even from other things we've done together, just like start doing a whole different thing, like as if we'd planned it when we never had. Like, it was incredible.
Yeah, I didn't even say it, but like 4 of us, Emma got us to play Dread for the first time at that cabin, and that was crazy.
That will be content that'll come out one day. So,
yeah, you'll hear that eventually.
Yeah.
But like, just like, we played in a room where it wasn't all of us sitting around a table. We were actually like physically pacing around the room, and that was crazy.
Hell yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like it's a pleasure, and that is a thing for my 3 things that I feel like encompasses so much of like what we all love doing. So thank you for that. That fucking rules. Yeah. Paddington. Now, I think this is actually pretty apt. It's you next.
Yeah, I was wondering if the order I picked would work, and this is actually really excellent.
Hell yeah.
My third thing of the year is spending time in real life with friends. Yeah. So I've gotten a lot closer to a lot of people. I joined Moonshot like I joined Moonshot officially on day 1 of Moongaritaville. So it's been about a year and a half.
We really did that to you. We really
Yeah.
went and did that to you.
Yeah. And yeah, I've gotten a lot closer to a lot of people here. I've gotten to see people throughout the year in a wide variety of contexts, and it's always been a highlight. Well, except for the fact that every time Cam enters the city of Baltimore, my car explodes. But other than that, it's weird that it's happened twice. But like, yeah, like going and seeing so many people at Martin's birthday party, or like going to Peabody. Hi, Moxie. You know, going and visiting people and seeing things, and like getting to be brought into people's lives via like getting to do things together, and you know, going and seeing them and getting out of my house. The Moonshot Hype House was really good for me. It made, like, for those of you who weren't there, I'm local to the area. I did not plan on staying there. My car exploded the moment Cam touched down. So I had to stay there the weekend. And that turned out to be a really good thing. And it, you know, it gave me some new stuff to work for, and it turns out it's really good being in a big house with a lot of your friends. And yeah, like it's always nice. I feel really lucky that I was able to. I just happened to make a lot of local friends through the internet. And even though, and even the people who are further out of town, I still get to see them on, on a schedule. And that schedule might be once a year, but, it's nice to be able to look forward to. And yeah.
Hey, we got Cam twice this year. Anything's possible.
We did.
No, Pat, we love you, and like you are I don't know, like this group of it, not to get like too much this way while we're on a fucking stream, but fuck it, like this group of people is a group of people who really care about each other and love doing stuff together, and you came in and it felt like you'd always been here. To be really real about it, like Paddington, bam, yes, obviously Paddington, like immediately, and it has, I don't know, yeah, it rules to have you at everything we have you at, and it is insane that May stream was your introduction to being part of Moonshot.
Yeah, why did we do that to you?
Trial by fire. But yeah, I've thought a lot about, just this thing we do and how much I value all the time I get to spend with everyone in this group. And Paddington, I could not say any of it better than you just did. Hey PB, what's your deeply personal anecdote to follow that up with?
Man, yeah, no, I'm not quite as personal there, but I think that this still hits for me on the same level that Go does for Jacqueline, which is Flesh and Blood, which is a TCG. It's much akin to Magic the Gathering, but it has, I'm not going to say it doesn't have problems, but does not have the problems that Magic the Gathering does right now. Flesh and Blood is kind of a TCG that takes a lot from fighting games. Like, one thing that honestly hits my honorable mentions was doing the Street Fighter 3.
That was also my honorable mentions. Yep.
All right. I can't even remember the name of our show. We've been on for 4 hours. It's fine.
0 hours played. I got you.
I've always found fighting games fascinating, and like picking up Street Fighter 3 was very much like, oh, I can actually kind of do this. But still, there's a lot of like physical limitations to fighting games. You have to practice a lot to get good at just doing the inputs to even do the thing, and then you have to react fast enough. Flesh and Blood takes all that and says, okay, what if we take the same ideas of fighting games, of like character matchups and like learning your own character's tech, and what if we apply that to a TCG? It does several other things that I love. But first, let's talk about some of the heroes, just as a way to introduce you to like some of the ideas here, because this is the one thing I made a slide for. So here's a sampling of like the 7 out of like the, I want to say 50 or 60 heroes who are currently legal in Flesh and Blood. This game is pretty new. It is, I think, about 6 years old now. I started playing like 3 years ago now. So I've been playing this game for half of its life cycle. And let's just go through some of these characters really quick. We've got Prism, Awaken Her Soul on the top left. She is our board state angel lady. Unlike a lot of other TCGs, Flesh and Blood doesn't just assume that you're going to do a board state thing. It's more like old school Magic, where there are some board state strategies, but a lot of stuff is just directly throwing damage at each other. That is countered by the fact that all of your cards can also block and prevent damage as well as attack. But Prism throws all that out the windows. Hey, what if I just summon a bunch of angels and just beat you to death with them? Much like a white deck in Magic. See, we've got Levia, Shadowborn Abomination. This is my wife's favorite hero to play. In fact, the only one that she plays. She's our evil monster woman. There are some other cool ladies, but she's probably the coolest lady as far as like evil monster women goes. So anyone who's a fan of that, check out Levia. She's great. She usually dies to herself, but if she doesn't, she absolutely destroys you. And so we've got KO, Underhanded Cheat. This is actually the second time that KO has shown up in the game. KO hangs out at the deathmatch arena, so he does gladiatorial combat, and he is a heel. he's just a heel. He gets booed by the crowd. He gets buffed up when the crowd boos him. He does all of his strongest things while he's ahead. What he tries to do is he tries to get ahead early in the game and then just stay ahead for the rest of the game and just bully you relentlessly. It's great. It's one of the best like character play to like what the character concept is combinations that they have in the game. Let's see, we've got Arachne Huntsman. This is my main deck. This is canonically non-binary mill. Arachne is an evil weird eldritch horror assassin that is maybe also like an entire organization of people. The lore is still very ambiguous there, but at least some of them are canonically non-binary, and it's a mill deck. And I'm sorry that it's a mill deck, but that is what I love in this game. Let's see. Down the bottom, we've got Pleiades, superstar, one of the newer heroes in the game. She is Taylor Swift. Let's see, we've got Florian Rotwood Harbinger. He is who is your classic he/they botanist.
Me too.
This is absolutely the character who estrogen would save the most in Flesh and Blood. And then finally we have Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter, who is an undead pirate whose crew all have terrible pun names like Chum, the friendly first mate, and Scuba, who is a dog who dives. Gravy Bones is also like one of the terrors of the meta, like one of the best decks out there, and you're just getting beaten to death by allies with just the dumbest names in the world. It's great.
That sounds so fun.
Yes, I really love Flesh and Blood. If anyone ever wants to learn it, I'm happy to teach it. I would love a chance to get to spread this game to more people. Let me get into my pros and cons. It has everything I love about fighting games without the skill requirements. I think I already pretty much went over everything here. There's so much give and take between every turn cycle because every card in your game, in your deck matters. So at the start of your turn, every single turn, you draw up to your hand size, which is usually 4. There's like one hero who draws up to 5 instead. But normally you're going to just draw up 4 at the end of your turn. Then your opponent does their turn. They throw attacks at you. They try to kill you. Your cards can do 3 different things. Your cards you can play them usually to attack your opponent by punching them in the face. Your cards can block by and prevent some of that damage and prevent any of their like on hit effects from triggering. But also, a lot of the cards have a cost, like other TCGs. But instead of having like a land system or a mana system or anything like that, you use the cards in your hand to pay for other cards. So every card you can pitch, putting it to the bottom of your deck to gain resources to play other cards from your hand. So figuring out how to convert your hand of 4 cards into the most value is like a little puzzle that you have to solve every turn. Some heroes have relatively simple hands to figure out. Some heroes have complicated ones. Why I say every card matters is when you play Flesh and Blood in a tournament setting, which is really what it's designed for, you play one game against your opponent. You get to go in knowing what hero they're on, and that's it. But for like your sideboarding and stuff. If you're not familiar with TCGs, sideboarding is like, I'm going to take a few cards in my deck and swap them out with cards that will be better for the specific matchup. That's because you have a pretty high life total. And if you play a slower deck, even if you're playing against like a really aggressive opponent, you can defend enough and slow them down enough that you are going to see every single card in your deck to the point where you're going to see the cards you pitched at the start of the game. So truly, every single card you put in your deck, you are going to see during the game if you're playing any strategy other than aggro. So every card really does matter. The community is truly like so nice and welcoming, and truly every time that back when I was new and now when I see new people, we just love showering them with like, oh, hey, do you need this card? I have an extra copy of it. Or hey, do you want my bulk from this event that we played today? Because I don't need any of the commons and rares now. So here, take all these cards. Hey, do you want some advice? Hey, do you not want any advice and to just play your deck? Truly, I've had like very, very few negative experiences in Flesh and Blood and so many positive. Also, you get to collect shiny things. You get to collect shiny cards. They've been really good about prizing at like local, like weekly little like mini tournaments. They've really buffed up the support on those in the last year. So I've really gotten to get a big collection of cards together over the last couple of years, and collecting cards is quite fun. Now, we should go over some of the cons. These ones are a little bit less tongue-in-cheek than my first two things. Oh wait, sorry. There was one more pro, which is only 3 sets per year. I'm just gonna say that, and then look at the Magic release schedule, and then look back at the FAP release schedule.
Yeah.
Cons. You're gonna lose if you do want to learn this game. It is much like Jacqueline was saying about Go. You want to get your first 100 losses in as fast as you can. The first few events that you go to, I don't care if you come in with like a fully tuned up deck. You're going to lose most everything you play. You're going to lose a lot. It is going to be a very humbling experience. At least it definitely was for me. Like, it's just got a long learning curve. I don't think it's an extremely steep learning curve. It's just it takes time and experience to learn how to play the game and what your opponents are doing and what you're even trying to achieve in certain matchups. Also, other con, TCGs are fucking expensive, and Flesh and Blood is no different. They've done some things to try to mitigate the cost. And they just are now launching a full budget format, which I'm really, really excited for, where like you can build a top tier deck for like $10 or $20. But of course, that will always be the secondary format compared to the main format, where there are some staples that cost, $50, $60. So that's a downside, but it's true of all TCGs. You could get into the whole like ethics of doing things with booster packs. It's not quite gambling, but it's relatively close. And even though opening booster packs is fun, like you gotta admit that that's kind of predatory. So yeah, TCGs come with some baggage, but if you can look past that baggage, it is really so much fun. And if you do put in the time and get as hyper focused on it as I have for the last year, it's really geared towards like supporting competitive play and giving you places to like up your competitive level. Like this year, after a couple of years of playing the game, I finally managed to hit some top 8s at a couple smaller tournaments. And I don't know, it's been really satisfying to see myself grow. But it definitely is a game that is geared towards like the most competitive members of the community over just the people who are playing casual. That said, I still have a lot of fun playing casually. So yeah, that's Flesh and Blood. It has been my absolute like favorite game for the last few years. I feel like so this year I moved to a different city and I don't really know anyone here, and it's been a little lonely. And one thing that has kept me saner than I would otherwise be is going every week to go and play my Flesh and Blood Armory and play like 4 games of this game that I love with other people who are really into it at the local game store. And that has been, I don't know, one of my like stable social, I'm a human being, I get to do human being things events that I've gotten to have.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
Amazing.
That rules. Have any of y'all ever played Dice Throne?
No.
Talking about this being like Dice Throne is battle Yahtzee. It is like this. It is meant to emulate a lot of things about fighting games without the like, fast twitch skill bits of it. In that case, it is everyone takes a character that has like a little like set of moves they can do and their set of dice, and how those dice work varies on them. And it's basically a fighting game that uses Yahtzee mechanics to determine what you're doing. And this and that seem a little bit in conversation with each other, just in terms of like taking those things that are great about fighting games and translating them into a tabletop format. So I honestly, PB, I will definitely like keep this in mind to check out at some point, because this sounds really fun.
Hell yeah.
Andrew,
thank you for listening to me talk on.
No, absolutely. Andrew, we're going from a tabletop game to something you might need to get yourself ready to go play a tabletop game. I see a big pot of coffee on your third thing here. Talk to me.
Yeah, I might change that to right now, because Moxie has not done this in quite some time. So, but no, I'm so glad a lot of us said like my friends and each other and oh, I'm sorry, am I talking? And each other, because I want to talk about getting into fancy coffee. Bye, Moo.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Fancy, hell yeah.
And frankly, I won't even say the coffee's very fancy. This year after I was in Miami for a day this year, and Sam and I went to Little Havana, and got to try like really nice espresso made in a mocha pot.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you know what? Let's give this a shot. And so I got I got this one, this mocha pot when I got home. I don't use it every day, but I use it a lot to kind of brew a shot of coffee, a shot of espresso every morning. Um, and it is nice to have something in my life that is just a little ritual that is for myself, a regimented thing that I have to do. You know, you have to do right. You have to get the balance of things right. You have to take care of the components. You have to, um, manage heat. It takes time to boil water. It takes time to brew something correctly. Um, and then managing, I like a little cream, a little sugar in mine. I'm not going for just the straight espresso shot. So it has been nice to have something this analog in my life that is not, that is something that I'm doing that is nice for myself and is not just like, you cook food because you need to eat food. I don't need to drink an espresso shot to live. This is a little gift I get to give myself in the morning. Um, to not exactly quote Dale Cooper. Um, it's just a nice thing I've gotten in the practice of, and like I've enjoyed finding new espresso and coffees to do this with. I get my I get coffee grounds from a local coffee shop, which is nice because I get to talk to people and ask about coffee instead of just treating it as the black sludge that I use to wake up in the morning. Um, and all in all, it's not that expensive because it's just a brick of coffee, the same as you would get like coffee to put in a coffee pot, you know? Um, so it's just been a nice little thing I've done for myself. And I like it. And it feels very selfish after everyone's talked about how good their friends are and hanging out with them are. But I treat myself alone to a thing in the morning and don't talk to anyone while I do it, and it's been delightful.
Listen, that sometimes that's what you need.
You do need
Yeah.
that. No, this is super important. I mean, like,
As much as I love my friends and roommates, sometimes having an hour to sit in absolute silence is the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. Like, I mean, ultimately what it is, right, is like you need to take like care of yourself, and what that means isn't just like, hey, if you're sick, go to the doctor. It's also like do things in a way that makes you feel good about doing them, right? And that like feels like
Mm-hmm.
a genuine reward. And I lived with a Keurig in the place I lived in once, and that did not feel like a reward. It felt like a mechanical thing that spat out coffee that tasted like plastic. I like Andrew, I'm also a coffee snob. I love this shit. Like, I have a French press and a pour over, and I alternate which one I use so that way I can put one in the dishwasher and then still have one ready for the next day. I
Mm-hmm.
love coffee. Like, I'm specific about always getting whole beans, getting from local places, and it's like, yeah, you can call yourself a coffee snob or you can feel selfish about it, but like you're doing a thing for yourself that you know how you like. And I think taking a thing that could just be utilitarian and doing it in a way that you are exploring for yourself and know that you like is just like huge and great and awesome. So hell yeah. I hope next year you have even more specific coffee opinions.
See, as silly as this sounds, I hope I don't, because I am getting, I do this specific ritual, but I want to make sure that I've gotten to a point where like I can't drink Lipton iced tea anymore. I'm particular about tea. I can't drink the crappy stuff. I can still drink the crappy stuff of coffee. I can still drink a Keurig McCafe K cup that like knockoff that my office has. I don't want to get to the point where I can't do that. So I don't want to get that particular or that fancy, but I like the little ritual of this.
Yeah, one of my roommates has an espresso machine.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe I get an espresso machine, and I looked at it and I was like, never mind, that is way too expensive for me to make one espresso shot for myself in the morning.
Yeah. I had one that I got on Black Friday when I was in college because I thought it was cool, and then sure enough, I used it a few times, left it with water in it, not used for like 2 years, opened it up one day, and it smelled like something Indiana Jones would find at the bottom of a crypt.
Kate uses hers every day, which is
God
crazy.
bless
to
her.
me,
Yeah,
but
bless
God
her.
Power to her.
Yeah. Oh, well, hell yeah. No, go ahead if there was more. Sorry, I didn't mean to move off. Okay. My third thing, for for those who don't know, I went to Japan this year. Obviously, this is gonna be one of my fucking 3 things. I went to Japan this year. Here's me in Unit 1's giant hand. This is the last day of the 2-week trip we did. We went to Toei, the TV studio that made a movie studio, made a lot of old samurai movies. They have a amusement park in Kyoto that we went to that has this giant Evangelion that me and my friend Tim went to because we like bonded over Eva. So I'm not gonna like go through every photo of Japan or give you a day by day. We went for 2 weeks. It was me, my good friend Tim, who has been on my Twitch channel a bunch, streaming stuff. His partner, who lives in Taiwan and who like gave us a lot of help planning this trip, and then 2 other friends of ours who are from where me and Tim are from, our friend Ron and his wife. And it was 2 weeks. None of us, apart from Tim's partner, none of us had really been internationally anywhere other than Canada before. I did not study abroad in college. Various reasons it didn't work out for me to do that. This was by far the farthest in the world any of us had been from home. And it was a trip where we wanted it to not just be tourist stuff, but we also wanted to embrace the tourist stuff when the tourist stuff was what came up. And so like me in front of Unit 1 from me in a giant statue's hand from my favorite anime is definitely doing some of the tourist stuff, right? But like I think what I want to talk about when I talk about Japan, and I didn't really like plan out how to talk about this. That's the wrong photo. Here, we'll do this one. In addition to the big things that there are in, like, you can go to every museum. We went to like a Capcom exhibit in an art museum in Kyoto. We went to like the Sky Tree and to like, all these big things. We went to Shibuya. We stood in the middle of Shibuya Crossing and I went, look, I'm in The World Ends with You. But on screen, this is a photo of me and Tim and Ron at a tiny bar. The first few nights we were in Japan, we were in Tokyo at an Airbnb. At the end of the street we were on, there was a secret bar that was just, it's all houses, it's all residential. There is this gate that goes back like into a dark, barely lit yard, and at the end of it is a little house, and you go in, and it's this little bar full of sake and gin. And we were the only 3 people in there. This is like an hour before they closed. Tim is the only one of us who speaks Japanese close to well enough to communicate with the bartender. At one point, he tried to ask when they closed, and he asked, "What time are you, the police?" It was this really funny experience of just like feeling like we had found this secret little thing, and like not in the way of like, oh, I'm gonna be I'm a white person going to another part of the world and being like, wow, I can't believe I discovered this little secret. Like, this truly felt like this is a thing the locals know. And that was like something we really like managed to do a lot on this trip. We went to Osaka and stayed at like a couple hostels and just hung out and had street food and wandered into like seeing cool live music. I feel like on this trip, as much as we spent some time doing big tourist stuff, like, for example, hold on, where is it? Like, for example, seeing a giant light up Gundam that they have outside a mall that transforms and plays a video at certain types of day and night. Like, there are these big things like that, but there was just also a lot of stuff where we just kind of learned how to live in the part of Japan we were in. Like, I picked up enough Japanese to basically get my way through, like ordering at a restaurant and this and that and the other thing. We figured out, you know, how navigating trains works, how like what kinds of things you might go and do if you have just a free day in part of Tokyo or wherever. Like I feel like if and hopefully when I get to go back again, I feel like I know what it would be like to just kind of like bum around and figure out my shit day by day in Japan. And that was like an amazing learning experience that I never got to have before. And I'm going to get emotional about it, like thinking about it, because it really felt like, I don't know, like when you travel, it broadens your horizons, and much like, hey, going to the movies was cool, this is like the most basic thing on earth, but it's incredibly true. This is a photo Tim took of me at the Inari, the Thousand Torii Gates, which are in Kyoto. It is this, like, it's a fucking park. It's a campus. It's in this enormous area of paths through the woods going by a huge lake at one point, and there's these orange gates over us. There are these Torii gates, and there's 1,000 of them. They just create this outdoor like hallway, and this is like a shrine location. There are shrines all through this place, and I you know, I'm not gonna like sit here and talk a ton about this, but like I had experiences there and at places like that on this trip that like really meant something to me. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, it wasn't like, it was about, you know, going to that Evangelion park and getting a Shinji Ikari themed ice cream treat and eating it, but it was also just about like really seeing like what day-to-day life is in another part of the world, and the way like, how is religion represented in a different part of the world? How is shopping represented in a different part of the world? What's public transit like in a different part of the world? I will never not be thinking about it. Yeah, my third thing is going to Japan. Traveling the world is really cool if you have the opportunity to do it. I hope to go back one day, because I already have ideas about like how to have a completely different kind of trip next time I do. Yeah, I don't know. It was, yeah, that's it. I should stop talking now.
I like hearing your words.
It was also just cool because we went so many different places. We went to like Tokyo for a few days, Kyoto, and then from Kyoto, which is like the second largest city in mainland Japan, you can take trains that are reliable and like 1,000,000 times a day out into like the middle of fucking nowhere. And that was incredible. We took a train from a giant city out to like Lake Biwa, which is this enormous freshwater lake. Food was incredibly cheap. We ate like for, you know, like a cup, like $8 per meal, what would be $25 per meal in the US, and not having to worry as much about that was really cool. Yeah, I don't know. Going to Japan was really cool. Martin, we have 2 more other people's 3 things. One of them you have to read, and one of them I do.
Yeah.
Would you like to kick off Emma's, and then I will kick off Audrey's, and we can bounce through, and then we can wrap up here?
Hell yeah. Emma's first thing is The Tainted Cup by Robert Jackson Bennett. Just an incredibly well-written mystery with incredible world building happening in every moment. It has everything. Plant-based body horror, a kaiju in the background, he's not important right now, and a deeply unhinged woman. Truly a masterclass in both murder mysteries and sci-fi fantasy world building.
Fuck yeah. Audrey's first is mirroring Mac from earlier, seeing Sinners in a theater on a solo date. I studied film and love to go to the movies, popcorn, seat right in the middle, shushing obnoxious teenagers talking during the movie, the whole shebang. Sinners is the freshest movie I've seen in a long time, and seeing it on the big screen was everything I hoped for and more. A musical horror period piece is not something I expected from the current state of Hollywood. This movie has deserved every bit of the praise it received.
Maybe Happy Ending Broadway cast recording. Man, I haven't even seen this show live yet, but it truly rewired my brain. I want to go be emotionally devastated by these robots in person. Just the building around what to do with a helper android after it's an outdated model, and the whole aspect of you built these robots to be like people, they are going to develop emotions like them too. The mixing of mid-century swing and jazz music, the whole there is no way for our story to go but an ending, but isn't it beautiful we had it first? The plot important fireflies. This musical was made in a lab for me specifically.
Number 2 for Audrey. My local botanical garden. I love this. I am forever grateful to live in a city with a commitment to green spaces. The botanical garden and butterfly house in our area was an amazing place to spend any day, and they opened an arid plant house this year. Walking around with my family, seeing cacti and desert shrubs, and getting up close and personal with bugs is an experience I hope to repeat in 2026.
Emma's third thing, as was foreshadowed earlier, is the Interstitial Infinity Cabin weekend. Straight up, this is probably the highlight of my year. Getting to disappear into the woods with a bunch of my friends from all over the country, including Clown, who none of us had met in person before, and have the vibes be absolutely immaculate was more than I could ever hope for. We recorded 3 podcasts, we went lake swimming, we went on a hike, we grilled, and we grilled, and we fucking grilled. Truly a trip that I'm going to hold in my heart for years to come.
God, we did grill.
Yeah, but how was the coffee though?
Good, I think. I don't really remember. I feel like
No.
Audrey's third.
It was Airbnb coffee.
Yeah, it was Airbnb. I think we tried to get better coffee and then like abandoned the idea entirely. We were like, "Fuck it, we're here. We're gonna live with this." Audrey's third thing is Hades 2. I spent over 165 hours with the early access version of the game this year. Some might say that's too many hours, but for me it was a game I could play in small bursts or on call with my friends, and every update added something new for me to discover. I'm not a big video gamer. For a variety of reasons, a lot of games are tough for me. Hades and now Hades 2 are games that'll always be special to me. Many such cases.
Many such cases.
Fuck. Y'all, that's my 3 things, everyone. That's the show. I don't have superlatives to give out. Thank you guys. Thank you everyone for sticking with us this late. Thank you everyone on the call for being here. Thank you for bringing stuff that you cared about. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you to Philomena Sunstone, obviously, for funding this to happen and giving us the permit to use the space.
Who?
Check your email, Andrew.
Andrew, I'm gonna write you a letter tomorrow. And I'm gonna snail mail that to you. When it gets to you, check that. Read that.
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
All right, cool. I'll send it via pigeon. No, this was an idea I really wanted to do for a while. I love these were my things of the year type conversations in every podcast I listen to that does them, and it has been something I've wanted to do a version of for a long time. So my secret 4th thing is that we just spent tonight doing my 3 things. Thank you guys for being here. It was really cool to like from you know, I don't know. It was just really cool to hear everyone's approach to this and what kinds of things they want to bring to the table. And just through stuff like this to kind of like talk about our years, you know, like we spend so much time jumping from project to project. It is really nice to just like reflect with everyone. So thank you for being here and thank you for being part of this.
Thank you for proposing this stream and also running it and putting the whole
thank
thing
you so much for
together.
hosting.
This has the most sources in OBS of any scene I've ever used. It's awesome. Hey, do we want to, as we close out, plug what's going on tomorrow, or is that a surprise, or what's the dish?
Tomorrow, Audrey is running Hometown Holiday, which is a tabletop game where everyone is trying to play out the plot of a Hallmark movie and like be the one to end up with the love interest.
Ooh.
Hell yeah.
And
wow.
It's gonna be fun, I think. I think Andrew and I are both gonna be there. Am I right about that? Question mark?
Yep.
You're both on the list.
Okay. I'm not looking at the thread that we're all in. I think it's me, Andrew, Jeff, and one of the Alexandrites, and also Audrey's running it, so I'm very excited.
Hell yeah.
I also wanted to just plug really quick, Wednesday night, I am hosting something that, well, my future at Sunstone Studios is going to kind of hinge on how well it goes, so please, if everyone could turn out for that, that'll be very important to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Please do. There will be a little email that goes out that asked if you thought tonight's stream was funny or die. Please click on funny so we can continue doing what we do here.
Or they're gonna throw Jay in the airlock.
They're gonna toss me out. I am gonna be moonshot in that I am gonna be shot out from the moon. Thank you, everyone. I don't have anything else to say. This has been wonderful. Please tune in tomorrow for more Sunstone Network content. We're a video network now. Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah.
Happy Hanukkah.
No, I can hear Jeff. I can hear Jeff on the stream.
Yeah, now we actually.
I'll spill myself.
We have a minute left, and I already took melatonin. It'd be really funny if someone took 6,000, so I have to power through.
You look at a gym and you piss your pants and faint.